Wabana bebo amna de bonka to mo sem na yemu adwuma. Sa uko Facebook afi na yakade na gumo ho. E de me ba choko Facebook and YouTube no so sesi e. Yakade na gumo ho sesi e. Facebook ni Neat 100.9 FM, Neat 100.9 FM. And a YouTube channel no kwade Despite Media line. Bepacha wenra Honorable John Itimfojo National Security Operative se ko ni fie wo ma hyehyɛ mask wo mo so mo koche no National Security for ko ni fie MPP for so mo makwan da etiane MPP for pa wo mo ko ho kukudam led by Honorable Federal Market na only so Honorable Federal Market atade o de ba UTV so na no na na hye no ejojo so free UTV so na no te say kai challenge microphone ko one will be dimly called free. Nana be way, Nana be can't tell you what no boys no way. I want to say Mustafa, oh, I come on, Mumra, Muyan Tentem. Na MP, Honorable John Two for your microphone call if you. Namosomokoya Masha Mask here, no see there. I so the other to me and Roma Biho. It you come Mukoya Masha Mask here, no, and only a dear me, I know just a more MP. As I also cried, to be the group cry, and I just say, why should you now walk? Walk TMP, okay, mask. It is Anna Bruni and Adiana. It is Trump by your US. Okay, government official be a discount to say, oh, yes, dear. Who was a baby say, I now bound for France as near you say, I just say, young queen, mother. Okay, anyway, National Security Operative say ko Honorable John Itimfojo ofie. Zo mo kwa arrest no. Ana na minim say Felix Kwatu ofosu say eye NI before atro the ama speaker say on release no. It no so go say. Okay. And na ye beji details na kasa. It's one of the big fishes at the table, so you bet you jump. Radio Quantum and Chair Aberfontaine Town man, so you enter the trending stories. It's here. Media said I'm a piece of FMLI.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com. Check out Ghana.com, Star FMG, classfmli.com, and other relevant news portals. One of the boy will get the Aberfontaine Town man, see. That is somehow the year they brought 100.9. If you and one another bunker to Muslim near Kadiago. Okay, you're quite a minute interested in some of the airquay. I shall see near MPP big way storm into Fojo's house to prevent his reported arrest. Key personalities from the opposition New Patriotic Party gathered at the residence of Ascent South Member of Parliament, Reverend John Itimfojo, as Spintex in Accra to prevent an attempt by the National Investigation Bureau to effect an arrest warrant on him. But I said a bit can win national security. National Investigation Bureau, NIB. Woman acquire Reverend John Itimfojo, one more cone fear, was Spintex said one more equal effective arrest warrant. Because when we go to Krata, we go to and the MPP penny for a kukudam led by minority leader, Honorable Federal Market. Almost one more said, "Debida, almost chekra." Cheane, MP umba betena kwa mbabe faso atini. It's your musam. Boku, one day police commander's house burned in latest clashes. Say Boku fui. Me say Boku. One person has been killed in the town of Boku in the Upper East region, while the private residence of the Boku Divisional Police Commander, ACP Adamu Sedu, has been set on fire during renewed clashes on Wednesday afternoon. Enra, Yanka Bishemu, Boku Adi, Amanyofu, wait to me back, and I said, when it is what, and MP before the chance here, and this before the Baba, Benjamin is MP before the Bekabi. Abaya Society Bokun Tokwe. No, and normally we are not politicization. Bokun Tokwe. Bokui. Ebe. Okay, but so the woman is say, a nipa back one to one and another one said, Wewu. Na police commander and the fears who are Boku, one machine. I bet me the names of Bokuno, police in Libya, who pursue police in Libya, Congo. I would do Australia in Libya, uncle. And Central ni mimi wa he se Faradex so be man $1 million. Na makwa Boku a, na makwa kwa story ha menko. Because Boku ukwa ho a ayam hihie nkuto. Etina mo ama fam ho. Na ya bre mododo, ana ya bre omo. Na pato Boku ya bre wo mana. Ah, yo yanko animu e. Ene enra bia. Woma ya, womo de abom nipa ba ko awu. Woma san she post commander wo ho, woma hye ne dan why. Ntiano so de asi ho no. Reverend Etim Fojo will never walk alone, Afenyomakin declares. The minority leader Alexander Afenyomakin has strongly defended the ranking member on Parliament's Defense and Interior Committee, an MP for St. Son, Reverend John Etim Fojo, claiming that he is not walking alone. Honorable Afenyomakin is Honorable Reverend John Etim Fojo, and young Kwan Naunamu. Ay, minyankopon me di wechi wona na mana mummu aba ejabusia enu ti na nra wo show love and they show love one love edemano. Okay, you're going. Jachikwe is acquitted and discharged after 3-year legal battle over perjury. Other charges. The criminal jurisdiction of the Accra High Court presided over by Justice Mary Ekwe Yanzu has acquitted and discharged the embattled Member of Parliament for Asen North in the Central Region, Jechi Kwesin. After 3 years of legal battle over a host of charges, including perjury, Honorable James Jechi Kwesin near say the Kratasem Ayebibi Awoho or ye Okuta dual citizen. Editing semi court. Bayan fear me and send what to say, Rache, when you're born to be a hot bejao, into court in a jano. When Jano man good in MP. That's one. Until for your save and in high spirits, Richard Ahiagba. The Director of Communications for the Opposition New Patriotic Party, Richard Ahiagba, has revealed that the Asen South Member of Parliament, Reverend Etim Fojo, is safe and in good spirits following an attempt by the National Intelligence Bureau to arrest him. Bebacho Richard Ahiagba Nekasama MPP. Also, Reverend Etim Fojo. Ne ho ye papa. Otiapo. Ne ho homa sorry. And found the night before my mask or Mokwa Cochino. I was in a way. All right. Yamfa we. Scrapping the levy will promote digital financial inclusion, Mahama. President John Dramani Mahama has defended the scrapping of electronic transaction levy, levy, describing it as a strategic move aimed at enhancing digital financial services in Ghana. Abusame Pacha Penny John Dramani Mahama say, 11 a year free when a bebo palma bear for coins or your first with Dija. Yedi sika se me fa said ya me enra me ye bia ebeko so pa ene no kre because 11 de ni edwane abusia ha na me de nsam na amede bra kakra me de asio media sena me peacefmonline.com citynewsroom.com myjoyonline.com check out ghana.com star fmgh classfmonline.com any other relevant news portal one of the boy ya be for the town man so ya de nsam out ya de bra with needs 100.9. Make us say the mame akusia etonam atenase. Etonam, mache.
Mejo so.
Me about to say.
Nyame na do me
That's right. Yeah, go ahead. I say orange color no so dey. So we orange color oh. Go here. Hey, Jack Toronto. What else you know the watch I would the bia 366 days. Now there be a new watch. Cratchy.
Yes, sir.
What's that? I do bako. That's good. Yanka yangumni yashan kratano.
Abusuafo the chronicle the bokrata na yede mamu ate amamu akwa abe. Yase asoje ni bi. Wakwa akodi aposifo nsem. Yede na kokko to kura akobọ no kwadu esanse. Woso wo ye recruitment yo. Na wade nkofo akosoja adwumam. Sika watiti free wonum nta okeka bomu a. Aya 723,000 Ghana cedis ya. Yase wanje sika no kwa paso. Enti aban ene no edi. Lance Minister ena wo Director Forestry Commission say wo munko commercial na commercial kro no a wose wo munko no mense de nim na de bai osofo tender na edikre wose wo gina ma no kre na nya de a wo suro obi antumi nhurahura no Reverend John Ntimfoto en wode ne mfoni abeto anim say ya wo ka saasem
na the obokrata de break ena mede to aso ede amawo ena wode atudwa echem se nanu adawiem shen mienu bi a ehon nsem abeye dedwa ewo man no mu eno ena aviation expert bi dia to aban nanim se wonye general declaration edifa sansem sem no eho wo hye anim hasi a wode DCOP Abdul Osman Razak enfonyi ababeto ase a where National Security Coordinator Daybreak de ho amanebo ediabam na Daybreak kroya ana wode yero Sam George mfonyini ababeto a ena wo bo amane se nyame ya adomo July ni de di kan pe organa ye be sim registration ase ya Daybreak de ho amanebo ediabam na Daybreak anim ha se yero Alexander Fenyo Markin mfonyini eda ha se ena fe yero Alex Kwache Fosu enso fonyi Felix Kwache Fosu enso fonyini eda ha ena wo bo amane ekire mu se yero afenyo makeje mu se yero Akwache Ofosu omo enyinadi na adwuma no won hyeda hu so ehon nsem so eda ha se ya Daybreak ne ho amane bo ede abam na yero Justin Fremo Nkodia nso fonyini eda ha ena wo bo amane ena wo ekire mu se womo de womo eye adwuma bibia efa yero Ntimfo nsem no ho a ze ye be kire no osi ye nkire womo se womo de womo follow due process no pa ya Daybreak de ho amane bo ede aba
na the new crusading guy the bokrata nanim ha yasi koko bu Cote d'Ivoire afo atum enti na Ghana nso akuafo hwe nim se de Cote d'Ivoire afo atu wonum die mu a ene nam 22.6% de enka Ghana ye de kakra beka ho Ghana ye de ya antum koko board kire se wantum we chance baby etina ne yesika sam no enya papa yasi wo mu de kokobo ma Magdan say Magdan Aviation ya wo port wa eye adwuma no asaso wo hwe ne huye pa anya sa wo mbe cross Magdan Aviation etre se sa koken setup ya ebubo ewo port wo no nyinaa wo mu tre se de bokrata na ka omidi minim watasa Magdan Aviation wo mu ebo no kokose wanya careful ansha wo mu betum enai before and womu call Reverend John Ntimfoto wonum na bra womu call nipa womu de da anum say no womu address it say azugu boys ni bi womu se mask na womu di ade akata kata womu ani di bia sense womu kom and womu call Ntimfoto fie enti womu gyina ha say nanka o tafomra sebeteni Vincent Akowasefua ade asem kodan Supreme Court to say once and one kabi mano trese Chief Justice one pesi be yin efra konya so but court to asetena no wose dwumadie bi ekoso nti asem no wo mutena so anya yiye eda poten so a wo mu de be fra asem no so a wo mu nim enti wo mu atone no indefinitely agbave na nanom ayemfo yeso wo mu ne agbasi wayome konto kwa wa ha enti kokobo a wo mu de ma agbasi wayome no the bokrata de ba wasi ya nyina ya nkopɛ saa book ni bi enkan ekon the voice of peace yasi book ya eka Kofi Annan legacy ehun asem na saa book ni unya bi kan ya emu edese
Daily Guide Obokrata ene kurame no ena wodi aba ena ochiem se Ghana Airport Company ede krata aba bonten ese womo nka hwe enchire Reverend Intim Fojo edefa se wiemhyen bi a aba anase womo ni nkomo womo hu no ena womo ni no emonsa ho krada ho nsem so ede hase a Daily Guide Obokrata de ho amane bo ede aba nenrada wo hye Daily Guide animu ase a wohwe dom kuma no a womo ha pa micro minority wohwe ase a yewra Alexander Fenyoma kenda ha na yewra Intim Fojo nso eda ha yewra Jasefrebo Kodia da ne ebi mu keka ho pa ya wohwe ha no a asa womo ne nsenshrofo edi nkomo womo kiremu se nra NIB ekopie mu ewo yewra Intim Fojo fi omo kiremu se Rainbow Star Rainbow Star papa ana dom kuma no kiremu se womo de womo ntiase ondi omuchi omu nyina wonsem so eda ase Daily Guide Obokrata de ho amane body aba na Chief Justice ye beyi no se ye nyinu asam no yetu ahyeda da porten so aye ba nsoso nyame nko enenim Daily Guide ho amane bo ede aba na akopie mu awato atifidu mantam a we Western North we de medie mu a ene ye bo amane ene wo mo se wo makokochi illegal miners that is wo mo mutu galamse no 28 ene fe wo machi excavator 85 ena bulldozer nso emienu ya wo masizi ewato atifidu mantam a Daily Guide Obokrata de ho amane bo ede aba
na the insight the Obokrata anim ha NDC amanyoko ma wo mu wo epremantem Eastern region and wo mu de adesrede ma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say Volta River Authority penny power dano one second no as quickly as possible and tempaya one pam papa no free baby a wote no esan say sa papa we wonnya ni papa engineer Edward Obe kanzo womuso wo mpe no enti wo man na kakra bi se president yampam via boss eye Edward Obe kanzo a wobete wonum nka afei Emmanuel Amakofibua oye Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and was a Forestry Commission womun commercialize no nipa 65 ena ora and somewhere womu buabua no yadu womu akogina court a yebo wonum ko edu 65 womu satana for dollar no a yedidi that is how ba Ghana ha o kota de bi a dollar no womu de no de womu de ensa kakra bi atoso a se dwadie no ebebrase Israeli diplomat yo ena womu kikabi di kire AU se conference ya womu ye enfanfa so bi a mai sanse womu ya conference ya wodo de enso abonefo sam kwa na ekoso enti sa conference womu ye no enfa so e wo so enesen
na the Obokrata the overseer ena ekurame no ena wo mapanyi John Dramani Mahama fonyini eda ha ena wo bo amane a kiremu se levy ya yetwam no ebeboa ama Ghana yesikasem atimi agira nanso pa ya wo kiremu se beboa o hwe abefo kwan so a yesani sika ne yeyi sika no chim se digital financial inclusion no ebegira ne nanso papa the overseer the Obokrata de ho amane bo ede aba na nanu ada ya aban de hye egu akwa mu se wono wo twi okada hye a wode aba no wo chim se okada riders ni bi ekiremu se wo mo de aban no age a wode ba ye kiremu se mfi a wadi a wose wotimi etwie no se sa age ne pa ne mfie ne de wo mo gitumu a enye yie ya de overseer de Obokrata anso de ho amane bo ede aba na wo mo de aba na wo chem se giare ena wo mo first quarter wo mo eto target ya ede wo mani so eto wo mo gigi ama oman no wo mo chem se o ma SCD target no kura 41 billion Ghana cedis ye wonsem so eda ase a wo de yewra Anthony Sapon ya wo no Jerry Boss amfonyini ababeto a de overseer de Obokrata ede ho amane bo ede aba na de overseer krono na obo amane no chem se labor expert bi no abo aban no o mapen John Dramani Mahama baso papa se wo mo ma retire ya mo contract nsa contract na watwam no eye papa ebeboa oman no na yewra ajache kwansen so mfonyini eda ha ne nsem no we acquitted and discharged se wo mo kirem se wono no na wokuta aman mienu so etumi krata aye se dual citizen no asam no yabo atu agu a the overseer so de ho amane bo ede aba ona bo ofenyo yewra nya ona bo nyako ampem mfonyini ene da ha ena wodi aba na ochiem se National Health Insurance Scheme no isi an omanya sika 1.4 billion Ghana cedis ya omo ede be hye omo dwuma mu a the overseer the bokrata de ho amanebo ede aba
na the bokrata me de to so aye tele democratia wotre se abrantie friend witness dato the bokrata na ko waso ye notorious langardia political parties ya wodo yusu no ema odin samone ejapade bi obi private property wo reco ye wo Medina wo mutesu owure ya kodwiri ni nyina to egu akwa sese niam wo ho na nya ko anya no nyasa wotaaye pa na dwuma a waya no feed Ghana project no wo alante wo mu sa awurade ya aduma epu da toso edum yenu ehwanom ba bi kura ena sa adwuma di wo mu di ya adwuma Sam George yo yeso adesmantre MPP amanyoko take contract no wo mu se contract no bon se enti wadesmantre ya wadesmantre onyonyamfo Emmanuel Amakofibua oye Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Water Get was Lands Commission mon digitalization na mo nioma nyantam kakra na Kenya wo maso ya won mododo prempagefo na MFWA and Women United wo muso mo ba be champion gender equality said ye be ya pepepe ye ebetumi akoso ewo ema ene mema yentem
na the bokrata the hack na ekrami ena wo bo amane no kirem se sisi a no hwe anim ha se ya wo the GBC Director General for nyina babeto a Gaming Commission CEO ena fe Director General Edman Nadmu ena o kirem se wo mo contract atwam o ana wo mo mfie no wo mo edi se wo mo ye aban adwuma o ma retire no sa contract wo mo kirem se wo mo atwam enti na ehon sem so da ase a wo bo ho amane na we ase a wo the Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Yera Ahmed Ibrahim Fonyini Ababetoa ena wakasa edi afa National Cathedral no ho ensemsem na the hack the bokrata no ena obo amane no chem se galamse ekon no we chem se o chem se nimguase ena abapa MPP amanyoko no aye adwuma emfie enwotwe wo mo baaye o mantimi ammeye hwe ena afi wo se NDC loyalties no ena komodi wo na MPP boys no so wo mo ani age enjoy ya the hack the bokrata so the ho amanebo ede aba
na the bokrata me de to so aye the New Republic ya na the New Republic anim ha and what say sa wo wura Peters ya role ya wo mo ekote no a na estate one mo abroke wo mo say papa e wo no one mo pa eniama na ekoso no ebete wonsem eniama pa na ekoso na so ye wonom no ebokuroi na de bokrata edi biaba ye be seda dom wasu kwa amamo yase papa ye adedi asin no from rasebetani James Tetikwesin isi ade acquitted and the start ebusie beko peace 104.3 FM so ena ye da ya wada ma jere ho sa agema agina konwa ye be saba
yensa kan ye de bremu na kasebo fi Peace FM so on crime esen nam okay 101.7 afenit 100.9 ye nyina ye wo ship house abeka junction en crime afen hello 101.5 FM eno so kumase eno achi radio stations awdo bebre energy kase ipeti a edomo etie ensam nyina wo peacefmonline.com ghana-today.com so na kase yi emu ensam a edi akotene bi ene se
ononyamfo Isaac ya opoku mrashebedwani madehye wo fen so sa tabaton penso te se ndi samanyoko no ada Ghana kuafo amene kokobo omso mo mfa tekukura ntoso
Ghana mampani ora John Dramani Mahama edi atu won wa egbo kita dwetire bi enwuma titi wo Free Czech Republic mamu anim se akwanya bebre wo Ghana enti won kanka wani
opani a wo boabo domkuma na no edema domkuma no mecha ononyamfo ano dompre Frank watwa krata kuma Speaker of Parliament say sade nipa bi amadwen se omumumra ombetwa famra so ayede omupe omamu etata Reverend John Intim for Jono, I was said speaker, Utuanamon.
ave kwa ma no no ensemu a se de China ene America omo de asi ani obi ato ne yonko eto emu
yɛkɔ bɔɔlu bomu nsɛm a nyankopɔn yɛ adom a Ghana Premier League ɔkyena matches ni bi bɛhwie agu fam meme da ebi bɛsu na kwahyɛra nso de yɛbɔ mfrɛtɛ kɔtɔkɔ ɛne ne House of Folk ɛnso ɛbɛbɔ bi na emu nkyerɛmu no yɛde bɛbrɛ mu
wei ɛne nsɛm bi ne aka mo anɔpa yi a yɛde ɛbrɛ mo sɛ kaseɛ na moma yɛntie enwuma ku a wɔmada Roma wɔso yɛ asene ma yɛde kaseɛ yi abrɛ mo no
midimafo Herbal Center Dr. Time that's what some near catcher Ghana for you. Dr. Time that's so baby drew. Enwura mu hamamani ntire ne adubreya ene ode sama for ya de. Onu ogina babro no so se munni aduane no na mfa na ba no ense ya de. Eno no wose wo de bra. Bia wo de no ni subiribiri udidi awo men. Obi so adidi ye hu ne ya bia fan wo fon obi so tim say yes enkwam woni mu e de fa afuro eno so onya bi bema yɛse wa yɛse adwe sabi producer adabrigo woda no ada ye ko Dr. Time da so poku ase mayira se be man na sa onangola school fees 0244 774 282 eno ye number ba friend na Dr. Bajo so 0500 727215 ebio 0500 727215 this way chocolate drink don't hear any Ghana so share fa wono eja wajo sister ko supano no bi ko Johansen den pa unya de wono na de bom say wam una wo kro no this way chocolate drink don't hear any so share adehia montie ene ena no peye ode hwekronkron achenkwana na menum bremu asona piesie na wodi ayenkan kwame yeboa na wo fedua ena afi
adwoa yeboa eje afi kase no nsemo enie Ghana mampani owura John Dramani Mahama wane Czech Republic mampani owura Petre Pavel wo munyina atena se amanhyiamu bi akoso eye enwuma wura no mo ekiti adwetire won se mo bie etimi bie enwuma wo mo abehyiamu ewo Ghana na sanhyiamu no ase ana Ghana mampani owura John Mahama ekasa no wode atodwa se wei eye akonya kase bre na sa bre ya ankorankora enwuma wura no won wa bie enwuma won wa adwetire free Ghana and won ya no free Czech Republic mamu wo munyina ahia ne wo to adwene no obi a che na adwene no won kaka wani no mpe kwan obefa so a enwuma bie bekoso wode dwetire be se enwumu na so aba mfaso ama Ghana ene Czech mani mienu nyina won se titiri sa bre ya sa African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement sa ansese na betnazi yakonya kase bre ene ma won a ekiti adwetire ade hye enwuma ebie emu na ochemu a sa bre ya aban panifo afi amamienu mu ahia yi eje se omumienu nyina wo twaka kase eda wontem na eniem obetimi ayiye na ede mfasode abre sa amamienu nyina no eno na Ghana mampani ekase ehia so kankan wani no ope eno achi Ghana mampani Mahama ede tudwa se sa bre ya yayi enhyehyaya na se emre bia eye levy eto afri hono eye bre papa ya beboa ma obia sika sama ko ye titru eye won a ebiebie enwuma ede won sika ehye enwuma emu weyi num nyina ye nsam a epie ye ewo Czech Republic business forum dwumadie kase a ekwoso Ghana enkran no ase mama ye ntie ensam ni bi
is undergoing a rapid digital transformation. The recent repeal of the e-levy on electronic transactions, among other taxes, promises further growth and inclusion in digital financial services. The cutting-edge solutions by Czech companies in fintech, robust cybersecurity frameworks, and sophisticated digital infrastructure development would be invaluable in accelerating this transformation, bridging the digital divide, and further enhancing inclusive financial ecosystems. For transportation and logistics, as a proud host of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, Ghana is strategically strengthening its multimodal infrastructure networks through my government's $10 billion Big Push program to facilitate seamless local and intra-African trade. Czech companies with specialized expertise in integrated transportation systems, including the tram and light rail systems proposed for Accra and Kumasi, can play a transformative role in this endeavor, connecting people, goods, and opportunities across our nation and beyond.
Yeah, ebusuani paitini nkaya Ghana mampani owura John Dramani Mahama.
Ya tuwa kasiabono eso. eno numre no nsia ka sebom na amansan chairman field marshal Kwabena Mafo onu onyamfo Isaac ya opoku ebo nkomo efa asembia edia de ncheche ewo memu na sa nkomo no openi one ne twetwu nkomo ya mrahye dwani ma de hye ewo ofenso anafo abato mpeso aso okwaga na mrahye dwafie nso a abadwaku amudi akoche hwe kwayo ene aduane sem so ene kokoo nsem so wo memu no oka ho bipa na domkuma no kra no ona e ranking member okasa ene fasa nsem no ho no de asema batu gase yanom si aka se NDC amanyokuo ekensem de daada Ghana for said be a o me ade hye benyo mugidi ato abamom no de abebe ma ana manfo visi eboa na nso agya 7 producer bra na badwo akrante ene da ho no ene ese de ne da ho wasi ti Ghana for monkai emra his excellency the former president Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo edi ade oni Dr. Laji Mahmood Bawumia ayo madwen se kokwa akuafo mo tia heso ko nwuram akwa hu adwuma egba atodwe ezi kokwa be hata de gu apaso ne ne kwa manane ekoton pesika de ba ye memu no omo bredodo ti kokwa bu ana enu empem mienu ne akire kura no omo manso e de ko empem miensa 3000 Ghana cedis ebi kurampo ese gu akire sabre na ana NDC amanyokwo mpanufu obi ti se owura ayi opoku wo mu nyina abeka no abonten se aba we trimodin sana na gufa di trimodin de uhie one bonsama difference bi anse da anim kokko akuafo adwuma mu yei kokko obuo de fata kokko akuafo pa empim nsia 6000 Ghana cedis boto ne ba kope na aba we na ado aba trimodin ti was what on 3000 wa bu kokko akuafo asem be ye wo Ghana ha ememperufo ka che Ghana for say akuafo mude munya kukudo na 2024 abato no mungwatu no boom envama NDC ye wini ba kokko obo na ba we ton boto ba kope 3000 ne kakra gusuo no ye ba ye beto no empim nsia 6000 Ghana cedis abato no mamunum de kosi ye amanfo toma NDC ma ne yakono eyefe pa maba ba ma wi ni afiasi kokko obo no muntuma mo je hwan de na nado di gana eye papa 3000 no eno na fata kuafo eji one city kwanya de reto so 6000 why come 6000 say eno no nyamfo Isaac ya opoku ede to yenim
kuafo ni ni ye nyame yo madom na omuba abemu a omuba ye no anu omantum kura no ombetuma ko 6000 ya ombema kuafo 70% of the FOB international price no almost 70%. The governor Ediana Assistant Mama Bemu January achum mantum February achum mantum March achum mantum and then 9th April na NTB bia ne ebetia ne se ko di bo akwa tum kra e yentum governor say sadia na wa makrafo o mabemu odu na se wontum kra na o de krata na ba montia be yeden se mentum ko di bo akwa tum kra me de mentum
Ononyamfo Isaac Opoku sadi tudwa biem se aguafo de mamu sempo emra MPP fo de ko 3000 kakra kra se agusu no aguafo bi be kasa se we kai masisi yen ejomo hwe kwanse nka banfo fro ba kokko bu okosoro manfo amanso de kom de yesu be kosoro ena manfo keka se ai na we bede no matum eyi Randiabe Dr. Randiabe oye kokko bolsi we onko afu onko kokko fuom da na oye de ko tu kokko buom ne asi Ghana for kasa na ba tu kokko bo ma je obi kokko fu ma sana o ti ma tu kokko bo enu si sei no nyafo Isaac Opoku kasa se si ando gitum pa se ba bia keka kone de akuafo do kokko o mbe bre papa
o me de bere no me ni beje sani american se ye kasa yi and now me ne wo kasa ye se wo gugura wo be hu kokko price 9,238.66 and the year in no Casayo, Janya Kranka, 70% maybe, in excess of 6,000 cedis per bag. Now, this is here, you are buying at the 3,150 buying. Namungan is issue that could you have one to cry at the end to. I'm not saying you could ever do my them.
Ti operino ne eye amansan chairman field marshal Kwabena Mafo ene bonkomo enu enumre no nsia kase wonti kokko akuafo chana wa adwene se kokko bo be koso bo nya be kuti oba school fees apewi abakon homa so 3000 num sa dandan no ma budget ne nya 3000 lai otra asemato
Yeah, to akazie no eso. Ghana pomodi adwuma ne fan wo ahafo mantemu eya afo regional health directorate wamodi hihye bia babonte abada na di se wodi polio ebubuo yare no wodi hunro be soso nkwada anum na wo hwe kwan se okọ ahafo mantemu mu a we be nkwada be se empemu mienu ahanan ene enan 2404 and wo hwe kwan se won sabe ka won na wodi nro ne bi asoso wo mu anum wonu nyina ka anamontu anase hihye ya Ghana pomodi adwuma no eye na yari afani se polio anase mubuo yare no na hodo mienu bi ewo mu watimi atu ase every Ghana polio vaccination campaign no wase nam so nti wada sa adwumadie yi edi na wo hwese we benya free enkwada wanya free be se abosomi du baako ekosi emfie nson obenya wo mu nyina de nuo bi ama wo mo pani onu no hwa pomodin sem so afo mantemu no na bedi akire Dr. Bernard Zim ene odi sanse mo atudwa ebra no ne nsantwofo kasa wo goso na okan ni say polio yare ayetu ase ne nya baako fo ade so a ehia so amanfo nyina aboa ema sa na monto ne timi yeye titru ewo ahafo mantam emu ne nkasa mu no ochire mu say se wo hwe polio yare no a wo mo bi afa ne say type 1 ye wa type 2 ne wa type 3 no ase wo mo say type 2 ni 3 ne de wo matimi akoa de nanso eno de wo mutu ase be sa fi 2015 kwesi afi 2019 wo mo yira wo saa de nuo no soso anu mu saa ma eno de se wo mo atu ase kura na bibi ti say type 1 polio ne de wasi ene enyan ano ya den na esai niema aman bi ti say Afghanistan and Pakistan HSS o my Ghana yan so original ni etimi etu ase wo chese wo hwe kwan se nkwada babro empemu mienu ya wonya ni emfie nson wansa be ka won ewo afo mantam.
Press briefing the introduction of inactivated polio vaccine second dose in the routine immunization schedule of the country Ghana. Second dose no another injection first dose no so in our effort eradicate polio. Who say from 1988 now polio endemic in 125 countries and then only 2 countries are ever polio and all because vaccination is so effective and already Ghana injectable one no first dose and the second dose at the social to start press briefing the world the whole of half a region say Ghana has added second dose of inactivated polio vaccine to the routine immunization system.
Yeah, anu echi Sunafo North Municipal Director Yauda Ghana Health Service anu Erata Riza Kra wano so kasa bi wose wosre sa wofo bia mfa ne ba emra wo bia obanya fi abosomi du baako ekwasi emfie nson ewa hafomantam mu no fari pie bra bonten amapomodi adwumafo ne ba wo manya no edi polio enuo ne bi aso wo mo enum
konsa mi da me banya de nti hu hia se medini ko weyi wanyini watene kanu yambasa misransa ya de monka yo enti ahobambo no na yakoswa esre sanso amontia benyini egina yapom dine ho nti yabasre sa oba yare oso wanyare yentimi hwa nkwala no kopim so mbenya mfie nu no mu mfie nu so ko school a yasanso to am school health services
yo ripete ne kase eye pani a wonu no hwa pomodin sam so e wo Sunafo North diani di edi Erata Riza Kra
krata bia pia bonte ono nyamfo Frank anodom pre wo yemra hye bedwani ma de hye wa ense wo madu agiri abato pesa so e wo promant manukro ya nso ukọ Ghana mra hye bedwafie wa dom kuma na eni abem no ono no oboabo ma no na ekoba so mu nhemu bi omodwumadie bi dia oda no ehwe eyema ne mpanifo na ne krata ne tofa bomni ne tintini ne tete nyina ne sei oso atwa krata e wo buodi ani die kwan so e de kwa command speaker of parliament se onsom na onkenkan na de sefata se wo yetu hwanamo no wo hwe don tu hwanamo ena ti bomi na e ba ne sei asema wo ka nyina ne sei sabin preduasa oman we ayetimu no ye de mra ena dibu oman no untimi ntware nkasa ampa wa betre so odi anka betration tu so memu abepa pa mani so emra no bedi se ne se ne fata odi ano to nkyɛn sɛ yɛ ba Ghana ne buo no mu anaasɛ ne kyikyi no mu a yɛwɔ mampanin na badwafoɔ yɛwɔ chief justice ɔno nso na ɛhwɛ atembuofoɔ nyinaa so lɔyafoɔ ne agyaagyefoɔ yi na woba mmarahyɛ badwafie nso a ɛno yɛ speaker of parliament ɔne ne parliamentarians mekyerɛ mmarahyɛ badwafoɔ nso ɛwɔ mutumi a wɔde yɛ adwuma na ɛno na kwasi boniface separation of powers obiara wɔ ne deɛ a wɔde yɛ de aboa na ɔmɛyɛ tìmɛtu mpɔn na amansa ne so kura yɛn ho sɛ ampa kabi na minka bɛ mɛmu deɛ ɔman baako a wabibi mɛmu a watinti wɔn abɛn mu ɛyɛ ɔman kronkron Ghana nanso ononyamfo Frank Anadon pɛsɛ na nsɛm hɔ asɛm ba bɛda adwa ama ononyamfo Mustafa Yusuf ɔno ɛne ɛyɛ ononyamfo Kwame Asare Obeng mepani a wɔyɛ speaker of parliament ɛde wɔn krata bɛgu abɔnten sɛ obi yɛ mmarahyɛ badwani na ɛwɔ sɛ yɛfrɛ no mpo na ebisa ne nsɛm bia na nsɛm mmara ne ni di a yɛwɔ kwan a yɛde fa soɔ nti wɔn a wɔyɛ abambɔfoɔ wɔ mmaa mu nyinaa hwɛ sɛ mmarahyɛ badwani bi asɛm bɛda adwa ne yɛpɛ sɛ yɛn nsa ka no na yɛne di nkɔmmɔ anaa yɛde deɛ nhwehwɛmu bi a ɛkwan a yɛfa so a yɛyɛ no no ɛwɔ hɔ nanso ononyamfo Frank Anadon pɛ sɛ yanto anka nkɔ soro anso bosome ne da to so ɛyɛ enkoro ɛdo ya ɔmo wa no motetete sɛ ononyamfo Reverend John Ntimfodwo wakɔmra hye bedwafie de to so makoma ba miensa kora nie onya nipa atoa ɛmi bi abɛsen kɔ no yɛ so afo abɛde atwa wɛ nwoma hwɛ so ɛwɔ mamu mpremprem na hye bedwafie nso no abedwaku ahwɛ bambɔ ɛne ɔmanhwe ɛsɛm so odi makote ɔyɛ ranking member na ɔmo yɛ nsɛndwofo nhyiamu bi saa nsɛndwofo nhyiamu bi na afalu pire ho wɔsɛ lupire mmienu bi atu afra mo man so bepie mo Ghana ha yɛnhyɛ da hu lupire adeɛ pɔtɔ bɛyɛ yɛsɛ ne tae ho baafo to owiem ɔpɛ baabi agyina wantima anyina Morocco ohu ani kinke ne ɔba bɛgyina Ghana ɔgyina Ghana ne yɛsɛ afra lupire foforɔ so wɔ mmra na ka lupire wei anya foto ɛwɔ ne tae ho ɔmahwɛ nsiesie ma no lupire baako ma bɛsiesie ma no wie a sɛnka wa lupire na wosɛ na wotoa so a wotu kwan no na watu ɛkwan na toa so wɔte da bi ma anya nkɔ nti masa san koraa baabi amekɔ me sa akɔ minji saa nsɛm wei ɛna ononyamfo Reverend John Ntim de bɛto abɔnte a ayɛ hee na ɛgya nsɛ mmarahyɛ badwafoɔ sɛ wohwom no madi nkɔmmɔ a yɛwɔ kwan de fa so no ankwa nkoba ne saa ononyamfo Frank Anadon pɛ sɛ ɛno ɛyɛ ɔmo wɔ hɔ ɛna ɔmo tee sɛ abambɔfoɔ ma hyɛ kaaka moto bi kyɛ wohu ɔmo anim abɔ awura ononyamfo Reverend John Ntim fɔdwo fie sɛ krakye yɛhia na wotete yɛbɛdoa wo ne ɛdoa kɔ ɔno sɛ kai sɛbe menya nkonam menya obi a me nkoa na meteɛ ɔso kokrokɔma nwokole kyitaafoɔ dɔɔso emu animdifoɔ nso no ɔbɔ ma homam na mote ɛne Frank Anadon pɛ ɔsa hene ɛyɛ minority leader yi ɛne ne mpanifoɔ nyinaa gye saw ɛne ne fie no mo sɛ yɛmma kwan nnɛ ɛmma kwan kyena na mo nkyem na hyɛ badwani wei fɛ nkɔ da ɛsiane sɛ ɛnyɛ saa ne yɛto nsa frɛ mmarahyɛ badwani momfa kwantodo no so saa nsɛm wei hu nti ɛne ononyamfo Frank Anadon pɛ sɛ ɔde anidie no obuo ne ahobraseɛ ɛɛtwerɛ krakyɛ da kɔma speaker of parliament sɛ na daroma ɔnhwɛ sɛ mmara a yɛdidi dwuma mmarahyɛ badwafie no ɔma mu ha no ɛbɛgyina pintin na ɔnka bibi nkyɛ abambɔfoɔ no sɛ dɔm de ahunahuna ne by force ne atuo ɛdi amanfoɔ akyi sɛ yɛbɛkyɛw wo pompo yɛbɛkyɛw no atuo ntwa sɛ kabina minka bi ɛnyɛ saa ɛne ɛyɛ no saa krataa yi Frank Anadon prɛ ɛna ne nsa ɛhyɛ aseɛ
abusuafoɔ mu tie kaseɛ fi Peace FM so wɔn kran yɛahome so ato nkrataw yɛbɛsan aba
deɛ moka kyerɛ and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa ne Ghana mpenifo abona baso say. Osaya remo manfoti apopa.
Amen Scientific Hospital. Ayere sabia o won fidie mu aso. Ya woda so a fidie ne kire o yade na no asan so saw yade.
Amen expert o kwankro yare ho. Won ranu enam. Na wa doctor for ne nurse for so. Owotima.
Amen Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology nyina. Esayade.
Sa wona wo pe. Ana yare ne te same pa. Nyame adumunti. Yare expert. Amen Scientific ebe boama inshallah uhuato. Na wonswe dia dance said the Ghana for ne abrochefo bi dia dance no.
Accra, Amen Scientific ewo dome, Obersnet Flats, and Alashibinso, our Klagon, Eben Shaman Road, Underbridge Ope.
Our Krabate P. Fre, non sure dear Benwo 0245 275254. Ama 020 722 9505. Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi, Nyamene Yaresafo.
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardburn no a e de na se woye na se woyam so atim so e
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt akira kwan entem ahwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi nanu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Yeah, ebusia damase ya mama akwa ba. Say die o wa hodin afa be wo entokwa ekoso e wo China ene America we de nya atwede entokwa na ye adwade hu entokwa ene se na no mampedi Donald Trump America ye nyina ye nimsem wo de eto kase abetoto so biara when America for the dra what ha mu nchemu si ato sika uchi aso na anu kwa odi kedo ha mu nchemu adu amema wo bia wo wie no de ha mu nchemu aduo no amema European Union na aye EU aman no na anu side wo sa sori ye se eniema adwade ekoso America ne China ntem no tariff da so no watum o ha mu nchemu o ha ene enan 104% tariff ene odi ato so na China for se share ya ma wonte yanka ya de anya obi ababuru ya no afa ahodi o China ba sori no se nyame nso adwade bi afi America eba China matum o ha mu nchemu adwotwe 84% and America mampani bufu ye no se yansa anye media free 104 no 104 no adikwa 125%. It is say dia ye to mamento e wo China ene America asemi asimampani Donald Trump no say China ba yimu ade China ya nyambo ho China ya hantan China ya homaso na wo meto o ma bi ade mu na sa wo de mato mu a na wo akwakwatra wo fi akeka oni ma asiani e de wa mu nchemu oha ebesa aduana aduotwenan e de ababeto so enti se ade ahotade ahoto ebi ni China ene America fo entem wa chansa sa entuma wodo yi a America ade bai ade adwade mu eko ene enima ebebu mfumpa sikasemu no eno na ede ba wiase
afe ball bo enane nansa o na Arsenal ene team my friends Real Madrid ede bo ni wo Champions League ma de ko wiom nansa ye she Real Madrid for me ensa o ma ntimi ante na eno na ba beda dwasa wo modern ba Arsenal player awe Ghana ni e boy ya eye Thomas Partey boy ya akware bobo eja wajo chiche pass no try the best as we shego na say ebido am ho je ne short eno na Arsenal fans na hu say eyi Arsenal for coach Mikel Arteta so what tete why na green say party ye ball league we are obeja no kwan Arsenal for support say David saga na ni abrante eye party ball akwa na ebono wo mu hia no team nim nti wo ma no contract extension say contract omne ne wo no omu zama ni bi nka ho na ongwa so ansom Arsenal and you say eye England this year Jude Bellingham akwe bobo rough se na no ba mo ne ayi asna de natifo bo ye nkete uhu ne se no se kwame nyame nko a ye ji kwa ne ye so mo hye miensa do ya asna fo si nya mu de no mu su agos miensa no se nyi egu ogipa awodam tubu koto a nini akuma so ye Ghana ni Augustus koto a kwanyu anu no da pom no mo bo akwan wa komo hye be nwotwe eno ene asema afiri aburuchiri aba afei Ghana ha ensem ni nyame adoma eye Ghana Premier League no efiada eyo china eye Mediama FC womoni Dreams FC enebo me na me kenkan meme ndanso do a Accra Lions omoni Holy Stars kwe Andy team no Holy Stars omno na ebo kwasiada agwon be de say Kumasi Asante Kotoko league leaders no yani Bechem United yebetiomedi Brekum Chelsea any house of folk for bia one be kire Brekum Chelsea say yes has the has Bibiani Gold Stars enso the apostle young apostles and bebo asofo nyina nso team no and Accra United any Adriana Ayoja womzo di be sieni Legon Cities Abetra Park papa so ayakwa ni asashom womani Samates ene kwakobo Vision FC enso ne the Heart of Lions womnom ni Brekum Chelsea no ena Vision for mum ene phobia ena ebebo aminka we ma ajegopokwe ena wombo obi e abrochiri Champions League Europe die no Barcelona Dortmund for go se bolu ga to man shida ntrom ho amobita no Barcelona for show mo nan woma ntimi ante ena PSG for so tira fie eche Aston Villa for dwomo miensa ena omote baako ena Manchester United womu ebekọ Lyon eye komprampa meso UD France abrochimem nomno akwa eno eye eden Europa League ena Rangers ene Atletico Bilbao no Ghana for mienu ebobi bakubo ma Spain na bakubo edema oman Ghana oje Inaki Williams blaster striker onu wo fira chimbieni oyochini ba obesi hotel kese e wa chimachi ase ayenya to fa so eye Inaki Williams na sam de ka no ni team call Rangers nomno akwakobo Tottenham Hotspur enso ene eye Frankfurt we Germany abrochimem ne bebo ana Bordeaux womo so omni Lazio omni ne bebo Lazio Roman azogoboku so team Roman yo yate Europa Conference League no so say ne beko Legia womo ene Chelsea mausimu ene omdi kwesi ne Real Betis woman so woman de Jagalenia omni Jagalenia for anabebo ana Gelgi etimo da minti omudinda woman so omni Florentina ana Ebo eno matches ene ebekoso ewo UEFA Conference League nim naposo
ebusia for madam mahani de kase no AC na yane amote yane anopai ya juwa yeboa ejei ena
nana awon fedua achenkwa na menum bremu wode shekonkwa suna piesie nana wodi ayenkan kwame yeboa yanom wadawro mobo na ni die mu medimafo na eta yechi anopa no nsia kase boimu Herbal Center papa sesa sabro kotodwe bani subreme michepi mu hyehye ne fa nkosi nyina beko obu onzo ha wotre ha wonim ha wotre ha mawe bi ache ene Dr. Time da so kono omo bibiduro bi na ya ha wotre nyina beko obebo atimi se no ho fankasa oba akwatimi se yes oba na nyame anwen no nanso nyoma bi nkoye ni nipaduanim ya onyo obi akwantimi ne nhyehye ho mesre wada koni anyon waduru bra unya de opewie de omfrem biem no patwo enye ne koresa ade na ya ngrani baje ho enye ontimi nka enti was me nso okura biem no makwa akopɛ mesre wada enwu hwani maase yo hu aduru sister yo hu aduru na mfata o ye kamedimafo a emema nyina akɔ ye nyina mema bebre timi se bremen payos so tin se bema obosie eti ne ka eja ne kwam e ya bebu na mebu mu no debi obebegbu mu nko fie da na asena ni je adwuma ho enye ne kore o yale papa enti wunya kɔ medimafo wo pɛ bema bi o tragman fita no pa kopme ne mre wedi wo ya adu na ni je oboa ayi na ne je adwuma ho efie nye onko Dr. Time da so obele adwuma pon asa akofie 0244 774282 and 0500 727215. This way chocolate drink ajukupuku. Eza say adeye via for yen 20 obeba no me atwa ne pika ebo payos ano na ebo Peter Square kwa de ultimate 30 bread nko 20 Ghana no de about this way no so you hear e so hie ye bo ye de yen to ye num ni
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
Best Point Savings and Loans. Best Point Savings and Loans sikakrabia wo mugina wo na so pampe na awieye mre yi mu a wanhwe ya na sikakrabia bi ede asokwan ada na wachenchene nti ene sese wunya sikakrabia bi ti se Best Point Savings and Loans omuda so a adwumaden atoto sikasem amano awie peye na enhyehyɛ pa wo mo ewo mo customers ye bocho na foforo kra wo mo ede aba monten Best Mobile Banking. Na kyerese bank no na wo ye no wo phone no so no. Enu nti se si ade. Se ya sa line tintintin anase. Wo se wadachi e wo sikakrabia hode. Eni hobio na ani kasem mako e ka ho ne se. Wo betumi asende sika asan agi sika e wo phone so. Wo betumi asan atua wo bills. Ebi etese DSTV, Go TV, Star Times, Empo electricity bill, any water bills nyina no. Wo betumi atua afri wo phone no so. Wa bra wo ti baabi ejojo na wo mpewe edie na wo be enu nti ye hia ne se wo bebu account e wo Best Point Savings and Loans na wo wi na wo dial *277# na wo demukra wa hwe bank na ye fofofo sa no Best Point Savings and Loans ya makofa Best Mobile Banking aba jimi so se wo phone nie wo sika suni Best Point Savings and Loans
Best Point Savings and Loans.
Your dream, our business.
Best Point Savings and Loans susu scheme no boama adwumaifo sie sika kakra edi nya dwetire kese e wo dada anana wo twese kese adwumedie mu ye adwumaifo a yatete omo beba abegye osika no asem de ne say susu a wotunti wotimi gye bosia mo ho prensa ensi ho ne wo fom na eye kokokra se obenya bosia free yen ho koyen branch bia ben wo na kwagye wo de Best Point Savings and Loans, your dream, our business.
Best Point Savings and Loans. Nipa enyiro na nani ahode ebafo empo emabunu bi ebre ewo anim nanso eni yade biara wo no mekanfo Optovision Eye Clinic ediamao Optovision Eye Clinic provides diagnosis and world-class affordable treatment for all eye diseases, including glaucoma, cataract, and yadia wudupi. Dear Stronko Krani say, Optovision Eye Clinic, what quality designer space, a hood webe fatal, send you penny biara. It is a when you ya, and answer when you want the other form, and answer who person who want the year. Unim baby as a sawoba. Optovision Eye Clinic.
Call us on 0553 270806 or WhatsApp on 0558 517556. Optovision Eye Clinic.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso wo hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade e wapi ho. Wo ka se batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up pay baba wari.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom. Ye bi hye fridge no no se snack. Ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. And this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so hye.
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Yamo akwa be de bani 100.9 na Ghana Montie sunio. Yede kase boni de di kan kwa na de free peace. 104.3 yede abrewi. Yatena se yaji adwa. Enkomo be koso. De obokrata mu nsam no ho. Yebe mu adwuma amansacha me kwa na mafo ha. Mami akosu ye to na me so wa ha. Within the Mark Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN. Kwado na me adona me producer, ya the interviews ne so beto also. Na aye cocoa board. Wama se afi wama ntimi antu cocoa mu. Ghana kwafo etomosan, what's up man? Wama se Cote d'Ivoire ya tum. Be 22% Ghana ya antum. Yebedi won komo. Afe Reverend Johnny Timfojo Enra National Investigation Bureau for one call the fee ko arrest no MPP mpanyfo e kwa wose hwe ye mam kwan ne ye mam kwan ochina anopen na bi ye befre no na bisa se na samna kasa ne se no ye de kwan say omanpanyin directives na no ebacho enwa na womo effect ya na so omanpanyin director na ibi o director na kokko director CID temunye nhwehwemu na mom osemo no na mon collaborate with honorable Johnny Timfojo omanpanyin was clear na winim enra on che amanyofo se wanhwe ne ya eje se etoda bi na se wote se amanyoni bi ekasa nya omunyina amanyofo ne bi wo mkasa ase wo madwe wo fom omubi ekasa pa oh etore bia se wotia na wo se na oh amanyofo ni bi wo mo kasa kra na especially se nipa no asomo but ono so ba kire na opinion nipa na kire na opinion. In fact, ebe me wanwa pa sa amanyoni bi betimi abie na no aka se esentrofo mo na maso so reverend ntim for you so. Really? Eti asama ba no esentrofo should keep mute. Say we ya amanyoni me fa foforo amanyofo nyina. We ya amanyoni asama ba na ye ka no na sama nyoni at a platform bi so twabo Ghana Central for say or the suboni nyina ebo Ghana Central for yate na yakanisa ana amanyoni bi etwa bonzo na mo central for mo kan bi wenim de yete ya na me ya ne se mehwe ensentre adwuma yeye na mehwe ye experience na mehwe amanyofo na ye nim wo mo no ye nim papa na mehwe amanyoni se eje se bi asentro ni na kwa diabolic bio na mum asamaba esentro for ka ho asem osa de ntina asentro for mo ka mo na masoso ne so eti ye de subuo nyina ebo Ghana asentro for na asema ehu nhia na Ghana asentro for ma sori na budi akire na amanyoni ka sensem we eso ono naka ono no so ne de ba ya na ko no abese atwa ne ho no ba be ka kire na Ghana Central for ti mu nkasa Ghana muhu eti de ekoso muhu aden na manyoni
ajari empeni se wanim sawose ena wanim sawose eye kasa ba ko ba sade ubesi akano no ena ma ba ko eye eso obi didi watem wanim sawose ena wanim sawose eye kasa ba ko but it dependi tonation na what the be canon ene na ma ba ko ye atem didie oh ye hu statement ya kura ye kai bi wa ha oh NIB invite Reverend John Intimfojo ne ya kura wa kan na ma kirem
that's all
National Investigation Bureau itre say omo atonsa frɛ Reverend John Intimfojo say urade ya adomo a wɔtena nopa no nu ɛwɔ omo headquarters no omo hia no na omo ne na twetwe nkomo sɛ wɔba ɔmfa ne lawyer enka ne ho na nkitaudi a ɛbɛkɔ so no ne lawyer no aboa no second mobetumi atra come speaker ɛwɔ mu sɛ wɔn wɔ recess but urgent
but recess the crowd there it doesn't
matter more
because parliament will recess or committee level no
this is the time
parliament the recess crumple there it is not an excuse
yes omo address the speaker to say the A+ and Yusuf Muhammad as Mr. Speaker ye hear Reverend John Intimfojo
that's all
say on near night before be collaborate na assembly aba no ye nyina ya tena se na ya kan sabio enim guasedie ya wo mukoye wo ne fie wo no emfa so obe na wo so
pamna mamenkan omampanyen ade omampanyen twroy wo de etiefo no ye refresh yo
sanim guase yi ade yi a wɔn kɔyɛ yɛ NIB foɔ kɔyɛ wɔn ntimfo duo fie hɔ no unnecessary tension wei mfasoɔ bɛɛ paa na wɔn nya firi mu mfasoɔ bɛn ade papa bɛɛ paa na NIB foɔ munya free saa de wei a mokɔyɛ yɛ mu mokɔpɛɛ dɛn wɔ fie hɔ mokɔgye dɛn
ɛkyɛ sɛ wodwen ho a na wo nte
sɛ wɔn invite no ɛna nipa no ama
unsɛ kwabena
yɛn nyinaa kenkan letter wɔ ha
adeɛ no yɛka sɛ papa yi say honorable John Timfo Jo say mo invite no
ma tare mo de mo famra pepesi
mo panyimfo say mo invite no
mo famra pepesi
mo de ɛdeɛ bɛn na invite no yante ho hwɛ ma me ntro de o mampanyin ma me nkan de o mampanyin ntro agos muti or say my attention has been drawn to allegations made at the press conference by Honorable Member of Parliament, Reverend John Timfo Jo.
Was it Yatina Sumobia, Reverend John Timfo Jo, or yeah, press conference ya or the two
you. Regarding 2 suspicious fly 7 at the Kotoka International Airport suspected to be involved in drug trafficking and money laundering.
A Sawi Musami and Nubi. Yeah, Bessie Kotoka International Airport, where our boss of Boa say, Omudi in Nubani Wuda.
Osusu say,
yeah, and now a banu sika daddy and swa yakwan bonuswa, and also a biakoso.
Sika yafakwan bonuswa. Government takes all allegations seriously and to ensure a thorough and transparent investigations.
As someone a beto dano. Abaya fane nibre so. Now a person in Shisemu feko ekoso.
That's right. I have directed all relevant investigative agencies, including National Control Commission, NACOC, CID, National Investigation Bureau, and the National Security Coordinator to immediately and fully collaborate with the Honorable Member of Parliament. So he provides all necessary information.
What rasa what to sang crediama NACOC for NIB for and National Security. Sir,
and CID so
and CID. Woman Reverend John Timfo Jo and come
what kwabena si kwa brofo na brofo no minimo bi aye ne yente brofo. O man panyin say National Security NIB amukọ ho amahyehyehye mask yi monne Reverend Timfo Jo nkambom
wankasa mo nkwa arresting
there be wankasa Reverend Timfo Jo mom ene wo mom meka mom
there be
o say monne no nkambom
yeah
abna me kwa na me pese me de isidi argument na pese me ye ni nyina o man panyin ne say etese Father Dixon atworo amakwabena mafo say kwabena collaborate with McJerry. Eti wo kwabena na yede asudie na beto so say come and collaborate with me anakwabena yes anet ana ye ne ente brofo ana.
Sami na me ne wunya san kita
good. Eti se mo matu anamon bi no officially. Matro Honorable Timfo Jo. Na se wa ma e de na ese mo kwan se mo de sa official letter ne beto abonta ma ye ho. Anakwamna question na bisa no nyansa ni mo anta me nkanyansa se mo
sa letter no a enka NIB before be invite no enka de bokrata ni nyina akura
ebefa
na yakan
na yakan e dia ma om
na wahu se entokwafono a na to akeka ade no ankasa asase no ala ankasa no ade akwate ofosu be ye no na ebu aka wo no musim
asamom
yes ade akwate ofosu sisi ansem wo be kan ye tu wo se wo ma to nsa afre no meboa na wo kuro yara se efe na ye to nsa afre no initial wo se ya to nsa afre no wanko efe na wo se efe no wo ma sa tira koma wa speaker wo kuro yara kuro yi se efe no wo mo sa ya dai wan wo se ebe we kura mi wura fi said yo mo bu no se wo ya de ndie ya eka wo nko awa amanfo so ebe ya kakra no kwati ofosu or the press statement beba kura wonya wo bi nkan ma no sabi waba so enti woni radio stations ya enisiari na woni ya kasa nyina woni obi ankasa bio enti wo be yi statement ya wan kasa wo be tire mu otwi na wato apeti social media so ezisi a mo social media na wo so ena mo sane a ena radio will still remain powerful too.
That's right.
Yes. Radio ena wan kasa wo betre wade mu asa tire mu otwi asa to apete na wa say die tire akwakwetire ebe kakra kro di statement ba obi ankan ma no
Kwamna meno so ade na ye kan nyina no enye se
ba jade
obi akwakwetire
na asabone ya
kacha ne se enye
asabone na wo sa no na wo benya sunsu kwatu ofosu wine ensamtire ni ben ne betumi aka se na danfo ne kwatu ofosu ensamtire ni ben wona power ya dis atumi ma wo no
odame so ono a
wono na danfo no odame ti woni na danfo ne kwatu ofosu ya de tumi ma wo a obeye communication na ye wa friends ensamtire fo obi ene when wa fro obi kura ne na ye meeting
okay kwabren dia wo mu ne se enra eye enai before a wo mo call eye reverend team for the ofie ho no say wo mo koche no
enim guase akwa
me nana kamini hawo na mom eno ama me resini number 1 mo kwa no mahyehyɛ mask na ede ya kwabra nim say menya
tell ade na wo ye ne diplomatic say
ye diplomatic
ade a wo mo kwaye ye na enim guase tell them
mask na mo hyehye koye no
na guase bia no mo kwaye wo ne fie wo no
and number 2 oye honorable member of parliament oye MP ado be ka so oye MP enso what oye MP ntidien masa oye MP enti eye bibi enu nti na ye mra no kra no grant wo immunities bi me krampa me yen sentro dwuma kwabna menya me ko grantee bill edema madam fu bi wo police aso ye me ko na me wo mo bisa me bo me din a pe no so my jerry no ye adwuma o nitef no wa o se so ene wo de ye nkohwe ofie wo de trotro na ko it is me kra no mpo me kra ordinarily wo mo kra me ka se me ye adwuma o nitef despite media na wo mo say it is an komudi mechi kohwe fie na so se ye media me trotro na media me ye de me nko it me kra mpo me kra mpo now you get it. It would I am funny say, oh yeah, mrashe bedwani. Enti star na mo de call ya na atuo na mo de call na oko tutu ya na se oko e de. Da bia wo se no be bua na enti ase o. Enti ye de ye bi se ana no ma bi ha. Ana kwamna e bia na da me kan nyanza ni mo.
Eye o man ya ye tete mo se ya di democracy. Enti ana bi mu invite na wa ma no.
Wa ma na de
after that no you go to court.
Yeah.
No akwaji court warrant say. Ya to nsafre intim fojo wa ma. Enti court yesre o say ma yetumi na ye nkwankwache no.
That's all.
Anya no ano no.
Anya no ano no.
Anya no ano no. Na sa azugu style we.
De amode call we eti we pa.
Azugu style we ya mode call ho no mu enra. Aya nim guase ya mo nam wo no mu a mo intimu a sabi o brofo no mo kan say buy your head down in shame.
That's right. Wo musu
mutrase wani wo mu mu anim guasefo. What kind of no at a Kuwait ya wo mo kwapatanto kwa na mo de saade we sofo a wono a Bible pene kura no na mo kura akodia kakra mo de atuo ne nkranta na eba me so no ande odi Yesu din anu ane mo be di esie dia mo koye ya kire sai dia mo koye ya kire sai mo dia mo nya hu se mo nya hu se.
Okay. Mustafa Gbande Deputy General Secretary, Deputy Director of Operations ewo Omampania so ye. Mustafa Memoache for you. Now what is saying? Yɛda Nyankopɔn ase. Na Mustafa Enra action na NIB ekoye wo Reverend Tim for the ofio na asekyere ne sen.
You, Madam, I think, basically, what the Agyeman, BNI for Agyeman. Now, there will be a Agyeman for now, you monitor the course. So, I bind the Obama institutions of state. I will independently of executive influence. And the President Mahama's executive is determined to allow institutions to do their work. So all of us believe that Reverend Tim Fojo would have to be arrested. And the arrest is not because he is some sort of a criminal, announced Kulipa, announced with Wieska. Or they are someone a here or mine about one thing. So I said, I spend here, me Mustafa Meti in here. Oh, Magdaria, Utihui, in here. Because the castle cool, abaye drug transit pointer.
Yeah.
It goes beyond political parties.
And the crap because
affect individuals are who to
Papa and Nakambabe Kano.
And the victims are so enormous, sir. Ghana near Otunuquine. Sabu. No, Bonibia in the now what drove richly. Yet you go through embarrassing inconveniences only because there have been what MPP label at a suspicious conversation about Ghana being a transit point. So I believe that Reverend and Tim Fojo must necessarily make himself available for further investigation on this matter. If he does not make himself available, he will be arrested anyway. But Enra was, I think, the first attempt to add up some more pressure, quite apart from a conversational invitations that have taken place. I think Munina Amoka who said, look, who evidence here, FACO, now collaborating with the state agencies to investigate this matter. Niye who said, Asamna Wokano, Ebia, Magjari, ni wobi, and I can anabina, or my Sabiano, or my in Abihu. Ebani Okano, you would have had a legitimate cause, but it is not to the extent to say the Boni BIC, or my in also Ebehu. Now I clarify the air, but you can't come and throw in these wild, destructive, insane allegations and then hide behind parliamentary privileges. But another, in 2016, we condemned the use of masks in operations by security officials. And it has to necessarily be condemned. I don't see why, if I'm going to arrest Apenyomakin and I'm a police officer, I should be in mask.
So are you condemning that act? Say when we share mask.
I'm saying that we condemned it in the past. You see, as a student of security institutions must do things right. Reverend Tim Fojo is not above arrest. And I can assure you that he will be arrested, but in a proper way. One, because he's a honorable member, officers should go there and invite him. If he fails to show up, we'll find another way of ransacking him. But when the first instance, people go there and officers are seen wearing masks, I think it's a lazy work. Okay? And whoever sanctioned that did not do a good work. Beyond that, minority noise here is unwarranted. Because look, they admit that subsequent upon the arrivals of what they call masked men from NIB, if they had come from national security, is a different matter. There was a team of senior officers who went there, and minority themselves agreed that they engaged, and they had to go away. Either two, I believe that the minority had pleaded that they will present in Team Fojo at the right time. What is more important in this discussion is that Reverend in Team Fojo will present himself, bring further and better particulars, either way, assist the state based on the directive of His Excellency the President to investigate these matters. They are criminal matters that fall within the jurisdictions of functional state institutions. We cannot make it political by having a political inquiry to it. And the minority in parliament will not direct the government how the government should run its affairs. They will not. They don't have that locus. What about your allegation say? There is some cocaine at NEAT FM. NEAT FM has reported to the police. Police are inviting you, say, come and show, come and help, assist, facilitate our investigation as an informant. How do we deal with situations like that?
Mustafa Yanchadio, honorable member, ama allegations. One kasakra wa admit it. Say, or the allegations about Betuja. First instance, it is say you who say Yabetun San friend say Omra.
Exactly.
Bra, ya fellas quite you for so be in the video 7 minutes. Edibabetu just say one more tone sa friend one corner. Immediately honorable member be can say Obian friend.
Yes.
Now what
I don't know. I know they crowd the man calling because medical can say it's a poor work.
That's right. That's right.
See, I'm not somebody who doesn't say it as it is.
Okay.
And as a student of security, I can tell you that it's a poor work.
Okay.
Some sort of a letter should be written to officially invite the honorable member of parliament. If he fails to show up, my daddy, I will coordinate people to go and arrest him. Or no, be I ain't mention. You bet me a channel. And if the right thing was done yesterday, all these minority MPs standing there would have been arrested for obstructing a legitimate arrest.
That's right.
But because the right thing have not been done, now will be feared now you're police and you're a state officer, then you are wearing mask at the war. I mean, these are lazy work that we should not be doing. And what I showed a state officer, you are going to arrest somebody. Now, with the mask, we condemned it in 2016. Why should anybody do that? 2016, didn't we condemn didn't we condemn Akufo-Addo's regime for anybody doing that? Mark, if you can't be a BNI officer, resign and go and sit in the house. Magdari, if tomorrow I am an NIB officer and I've been asked to come and arrest you or arrest President Akufo-Addo, I would walk in there and execute the instructions that I have been asked to do. And I will do so lawfully. We are guided by law. And when you are going to arrest somebody, particularly when a member of parliament who will not fly, who will not go anywhere, you invite him. If you invite him and he refuses to show up, you can aggravate the force that is required to make him prepared to be arrested. Under the circumstance, we can see all the rest that have happened. NIB, in the last 1 month, have executed the arrest so well that they invite you, you show up, and then they grant you to bail. Once you are arrested and somebody has bailed you, if you run away, the person who has bailed you will take responsibility. This one is unacceptable. But, hey, Reverend T. Pojo would have to be arrested. Nothing will stop it. He will be properly arrested. And I expect that right after this incident, he should be presented or a letter should be written to him to report. I was thinking at this time, Narcotics Control Board would have even been the first institution to officially write to him, following the president's directive. You write to him to come. Now, Manzari, let me tell you. In the last 2 months, the government of President Mahama, the National Security Council, I can tell you, have been confronted with strange crimes in this country. Crimes that are mind-boggling. And all of these are related existing syndicates, well-grounded, have been occurring in the past periods. Only God knows when. And the National Security Secretariat with other agencies are determined to fight these crimes. One of such crimes is this same allegation of drugs. Last month, NIB arrested over 350 million worth of cocaine from Western region. What they have said, so Kotoka International Airport. When you say aircraft in Nubi Jinawa, President Akufo-Addo Abeso, and Profodi cocaine by you see one a tip of Omujane Jai plane into her. Unimza. Plane you Air Force base into her. This is not the first time government will swiftly deal with this matter. And this is not the last time we'll be dealing with such matters. As and when the issues come, it must be properly investigated. The president gave a clear directive that there ought to be a coordinated investigation, and that investigation would have necessarily required that Reverend Ntim Pojo should have officially been written to submit himself for formal investigation. One could be upon chain, one could be or dying. At least I know that he supervised, he was part of the scandals of ghost names and payrolls at the Ministry of Education. We are not there yet. But this one, I think that it could have been handled properly. But I can assure you that he will cooperate with the investigation. The president's directive will not go in vain. It will be executed. Reverend Ntim Pojo will be sitting with state institutions to provide further and better particulars of his suspicion so that the state can properly investigate the matter to clear the image of our country. This is so serious a matter that we should not politicize. 2 days ago, Ghana Airports Company, which is the lead management company of the Ghana Airport facility, have stated clearly the aircraft there are a number of protocols that the aircraft goes through. One is that Ghana Civil Aviation Authority would have granted authorization. National Security exist within the premises of the Ghana airports. Who will be interested in any aircraft that lands in this country? We have officers of narcotic control board who are always within the airports. Then the airport itself has aviance cargo, which is a sweet spot. Okay, and all these agencies are there. They have also indicated that in all of their processes, which have been the international standard of airport management and scrutiny, they have not cited any evidence of drug movement from Kotoka International Airport to any part. Does that mean that aircrafts have not landed? They did. Does that also mean that any aircraft that will land at Kotoka International Airport, we should be scrutinizing where it came from, what purpose, and what type is it? That should not be the case. Even if the Minister of Communication or government spokesperson gave some information which is not adequate to what would have been existing at Ghana Airport, is it enough to say that there was drug trafficking? Is it enough to say on that basis, our country, Ghana, is a center for drug trafficking, and foolishly, we think that the drama we are doing, don't we know that it will affect the image of the country? Political points can be scored, but the repercussions on ordinary individuals, innocent Ghanaians, who will travel for a normal business, the repercussions are so high on these people. Until Fojo will travel on a service passport, they will not subject him to the level of scrutiny that Majeri, you will be subjected to. Some other persons who travel on diplomatic passports, like Apenya Markin and Co., they will not go through what the ordinary person will go through. So therefore, if you have brought up a matter, now this matter borders on a certain crime, you will not be the one to decide whether or not you should be called to assist in investigation. You will have to necessarily comply because there is a national interest that is at stake. So therefore, Reverend Ntim Fojo, if he obstructs arrest, he will be arrested with some level of force. But yesterday's arrest was very fundamental, that nobody should be wearing a mask into another person's house. Are we in a guerrilla warfare? Are we in a guerrilla warfare? NIB officer, you are going to arrest a suspect. Now, who's a mask? How do you identify yourself? It's indiscipline of service. And these are the spillovers we have inherited. I will not be surprised that you can do this poor job only to put the government in another bad light of a wrongful arrest. If you are going to arrest somebody, you go to the person visibly. You should be seen. You don't have to optimize your force if the person cooperates.
Okay. Mustafa Ebebisa said, now, what will be the way forward?
He will be arrested. He has to comply. The proper thing must be done.
Mepacho, what say? What's your president's statement now? Yes, security agencies and a president director you or say they should collaborate with Ntim Fojo. Yes. Why the arrest? Since there is no evidence of invitation.
Fojo, the public, including yourself, have all said, oh, and the unfair information, institution investigation, haven't you said?
But no, Mepacho, Nyabotro. Oman na onana direct security agencies no. Say mon collaborate with Ntim Fojo. At this time, the responsibility lied on the security agencies.
That is not true. That is not the meaning of the language.
Oh, Mepacho,
let me tell you.
For you, Chirema, sentence, Chirema.
Yes. We are dealing with criminalities and investigations here. if I go and I make a public statement imputing some crime to have been committed or the commission of some crime to have occasioned, in that regard, it is only fair, even under the Whistleblower Act, that I would voluntarily lead evidence for state officials to unravel that crime. Or when it is necessarily required, I'll be compelled. Other than that, I cannot make a statement into the air without having to collaborate same with evidence. Do you understand? And it would have amounted to causing fear and panic. Honorable Reverend and Tim Fojo made it public, sir. There are suspicion that there was some movement of suspected drug and money from Kutuka International Airport. He gave fundamental leads, one aircraft number so and so. What would have meant is that those aircrafts have left our jurisdiction. But because he's speaking to the matter, some level of traces would have still been existing in the country at the time he made the statement. Now, Reverend Tim Fojo made these statements at the floor of Parliament. He is protected by parliamentary immunity. Unless a body or Parliament releases him to the state institutions for further investigation. So this is one procedure. Number two, Reverend Tim Fojo moved out of Parliament to make these statements accumulatively to the fact that government is allowing Ghana to become a transit point for cocaine.
Okay, for you. Okay.
Let me land.
Okay.
If you have made that statement in the public domain on TV and radio stations, you can no longer rely on parliamentary immunity. You should be treated as an ordinary person who have made public statements that must be investigated. The president directed institutions to collaborate. Collaboration does not mean that Adechiana NIB are trying Team Fojo Fieni and Penachose for evidence. It is for Team Fojo to make himself available to state institutions for further investigation.
Has the institutions invited in Team Fojo and one making itself available?
That is what I just questioned and condemned.
That's right. I heard. Then you have to agree with me.
There have not been any evidence.
That's right.
Either narcotics, either NIB, either police investigation.
Great.
It has invited officially.
That's right.
Reverend in Team Fojo because of his persona.
That's right.
Okay. There have not been evidence of
that. It is a worker say he will be arrested. Now I will disagree with you because
no, you can't disagree with me.
I would disagree with you because already one case what admit to say there should be an official invitation. It's official invitation, evidence be anywhere there. And then I won't call him for that invitation, but rather you are saying he will be arrested.
So you see, the limitation is the understanding of the word arrest. So because you should be arrested, you can be invited in a form of arrest, either by a written document or an official phone call, inviting you to say, "Oh, Marjorie, because of your statement that you have made yesterday, the NIB wants you to assist in investigation. Can you make yourself available on so and so date?" When you get there, you can officially be put under an arrest and discharged or released on a bail. It is an arrest. You can also receive a written invitation from the lead investigating body saying that, look, following the statements you have made, we require you to collaborate with us in unraveling the mystery that the public do not know. It is called transparency in investigation process. And that when you do so, if the person fails to come, then you can aggravate it. Number one, Honorable Samuel Ofosuampo, you remember his arrest. He was invited. And then he didn't go within the time he was invited. He has to be picked. It doesn't matter your status. If you are invited by a security agency and you fail to show up without giving reasonable basis for your failure to show up, that institutions will be mandated to coordinate a forceful arrest within the law.
I agree with you. Iti the aname can say no. Again, the way forward now. Because
the way forward is that he should be invited.
Okay, excellent. But who can arrest now?
Minority have pleaded with BNI. Said they will produce him. So they should produce him. All the state is interested in is that we must resolve this matter of cocaine, which is a one-time allegation coming from a member of parliament, a person of that repute. So therefore, let Intim Fojo make himself, if it was me, today I would have been sitting by NIB. I'll go there voluntarily. I'll tell them yesterday you came to arrest me in a manner that I felt was wrong. Today I am here. Reverend Intim Fojo is a man of God. If he is a man of God, worth of that sort and that level of respect and dignity, let him walk to the NIB and say that, following the statement I have made, I have come myself for us to do the investigation. If we finish and we don't find anything, he is not culpable of anything. They say to issue a statement to say, look, we have done investigation. Reverend Tim Forge's suspicion was wrong. We are good to go. But you can't make this statement. A man of God who is worried about the repercussions of drugs and yet refuse to collaborate in investigations.
Okay.
If he does not collaborate, I would assure you that a proper way would be coordinated to haul him to continue with the investigation. This is not a matter that you have a right to volunteer. At the level that the matter has reached, where the president himself becomes interested in the matter, the international community becomes interested in the matter, he must necessarily make himself available for collaboration as far as this matter is concerned. So I'm begging my brothers in the minority, they will not use political minority to shield individuals whose actions have international negativity to the reputation of this country. We should not. And nobody should do it. And I've stated that the repercussions, what do Heathrow Airport? You are being subjected to further interrogation only because there are some statements like the one Intim Fojo has made. And he has failed to collaborate with state agencies to investigate because minority is making noise. You know, my brother Nanabi, any Menia Justin Kodia, why do you go into this matter? Are you saying that we should allow what Intim Fojo should be a public discussion, a mere public discussion, and that it should not be investigated? Is that what they want? Look, they will not use anti-noise to intimidate the running of this government. And I will repeat, if Intim Fojo does not make himself available to the state institutions upon invitation, and I expect an invitation, there will be other ways that he will be arrested to collaborate with the investigation. But this wearing of mask, we must all condemn it. And I so do condemn it. It's unacceptable yesterday. It will be unacceptable today. President Muhammad's regime will not persecute any individual, be it our opponent. It will not. President Mahama himself will not agree. But if you are wrong, Magdari, I can tell you that you will be taken on.
Okay. Mustafa, Mebacho, bringing to Mami Bisa, where you, the arrest of Ben Peters, I want something to say.
Oh, I know, yeah, became. And I just told you, sir, I'm a young man.
Yeah.
And I believe that my best part of life is what I'm offering to serve this country because of my children, the future of your children. The Ghana of tomorrow must be a better one than the Ghana of today. That should be all of us, our objective. There was some wrongdoing, and that it fell within the, ancillary jurisdictions of the seat of government. A distress call came. We relied on police agencies to get the man arrested. And he was granted to bail. The police are handling it.
Okay.
We left it at that. We don't want to, as politicians, or even though we have been included with some form of security control, to be seen to be involved in what the police will do. In the end, they have not police force, and I think he's collaborating with the security agencies. And I'm happy about that.
All right.
That this country, it doesn't matter your status. If you are wrong, you are wrong. And I have stated that if even President Akufo-Addo is found to be involved in any crime that requires that he should be arrested, he will be arrested. It doesn't matter who you are.
Okay. Right, Mustafa, medicine and grassroots for no so one more train. There be almost
what kind of in the last 1 month. It took grassroots for no aiding.
One more. Okay.
The problem is that it's a new government.
Yeah.
A come in for 8 years. And to see an oka a grassroots, and yeah, this is because President Mahama no abe or my papa. And I have been when you are buying, yeah, they action for keke, and answer MPP for Nkwan, and you'll be a buying. And here come to be so we have inherited accumulation of anger, hunger, and people are not patient to tolerate any lazy work anymore. Ubia pese onye nensa kona no. So the pressure is legitimate. 2.5 months or 3 months government cannot also feed the entire nation. It's a natural difficulty that we all must find ourselves in. But I believe that when the government starts, budgets are disbursed, contractors are working, arrears are paid, supplies are working, procurements are being done. Magdalene, why a procurement to be when you 10,000, also the 2,000 grassroots, those who are dependent. I believe that we'll have a better environment for all of us to stay calm. But presently, it's a legitimate stress, a legitimate pressure, more so because we are forming the government, and this government is just 3 months, of which we have to deal with. Nobody must run away from responsibility. Our grassroots understands that every appointee or any appointee of President Mahama, the sole reason for the president's appointment is to come and labor for this nation and to feed the teeming youth, adults, aged of this country. Create a platform for every single Ghanaian, businessman, we are MPPO, we are NDCO. We should be able to live in a country that we call Ghana. And so they must work and create. If they have not created, they cannot feed. As we speak, all state agencies and almost are investigating and doing audit and inventory of the previous regimes before government business take over. Number two, the finance ministry, as we speak, have not even released money yet to institutions because they are doing economic stabilization and recovery of the economy from where we have picked it up. So some strategies would have to be advanced, and we are abiding by the strategy of the Ministry of Finance. It also means that institutions like MP and there, without board, they cannot function. They can't approve anything. They can't award a contract. We are yet to form those boards to allow institutions to function properly. If these institutions are not functioning, nothing can happen. So as we stand, real government business is yet to begin. All that we are going through is a formation of a new government. The past government have taken 1 year, 8 months. President Akufo-Addo used about 8 months to set his government. President Mahama #1 used about a year. We were in court to set up his government. President Mills used about 6 months to even sack MPP appointees. President Mahama have used 2 months to set up at least about 50 to 60% of the government. I believe that things have been done a bit swiftly and that we all require the necessary patience and tolerance to let this government stabilize in the interest of our country. That is why I get outraged when all intents and purposes show that Apeyemakin's-led minority is determined to crush the government at the expense of the ordinary Ghanaian, and they will not be given that opportunity. So the food soldiers are right to demand and to ask and to be impatient. Ghanaians are right to be impatient because they have seen the past regime and what they have lived with. But I'm also saying that these are the legitimate circumstances of government that we must all bear, given the underpinning circumstances and situations. By June, July, now Obia Watono. That is what I believe.
All right. Mustafa Gbande, a.k.a. Foyo. Bebacho, medan se when you didn't come on. Anna.
Uncle friend, for your uncle BNI, no power.
Menko friend, no,
he has to go to BNI this morning. Of a soko.
Mate.
He must go. Narcotics, national security, and NIB. Obu now a dime by Kumu. Regent team for my information. Mustafa na washa atade kokono kwako ye bibia videos bia na yedi nyina e de aye kasa na oman no ho atimi ato.
Okay. For your evidence yo. Yene aye Mustafa Gbande, Deputy General Secretary NDC, Deputy Director of Operation at the Presidency. Ono na no pay ono ye nyina ono mene kwabena mafo ne Mami akusueti ya ne ye kire ya dwen. Oni ya adwen se kwanya National Security Operatives ana National Investigation Bureau Operatives wo mo call Honorable Ayenti Mfodu ofie ho no enye kwan papa. Condemnable and our condemn wa hey. Because then I make us say me kra me miti hey. Me sabi o me nyo bi e kra. Make a grantee bill let the mobi. Bill condition as omoba number be hwem fie. Oh, me bo me dia me de me Ghana card to one of oh. My Jerry ne oh there we there nya fe ne be waste time say kwa hwe fie. It will there sense sign na who honorable member of parliament. Samo kwache ni mpa agos. Sa dia mask kata mani mu. Ano
me enra meti asem no me yam me pam si na dia asem kura ni but
na mon kofa no na we police officer so they say we military officer we national security operative o kofa obi a wakata wanim nipa no so nye honorable member of parliament we ye say ya and na bo say Ghana 40 e kire no ma ye din no mo hwemo wo say amayofo no agos ade etu omofo na mo ntie and na wo mu nuanum ni bi atifie no eti wo bo say we say na they say Ghana for no majority group no wo ma ye din wo mo tie kire no mo
bia ye ka bambo nsem a ye me
bia ye me wo mu ntie na bia ye kasa saade
ba me fi say bia na ye bambo enti
ejise bi tina wo mo sise mask no ba mask na nya professional mask ba ko dey so the handkerchief bi na say sumodjole woni sumodjole
wo bu
handkerchief bu mi na
wa sumandjole
na bia Oh, Radina go for. A crop one behind you. Oh, I'm your boy. Okay. Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bobby, okay anyway.
Yeah. I tell you what, that room.
Yes.
Nkawunya onabo arikupuku a. Kawu bisa no maame.
Eye kogo de no.
Say me kai pa se campaign time. Na o ka say MPP aban no tirimodin. Bam so mo koye press conference kura wo sefi.
Sefi say ko no mo koye no.
Yeah. And was I bi kura wa Asante region. No was say MPP aban ni tirimodin pa won nwene kuafo. Na wo mo boni nyina ne say koko no yantum entumu na ba
entumu no sa
no wase esa enko mbetumi atum se bum 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 wo kan ni nyina tire mu na de kakurese no na de pa se wotie tire na wo sese de o kakureti no benya prophet di bi kan ho akuafo ani di ye that time no and this time around no Cocoa board for cementing free nanumum. But yes, cocoa board say.
Say cocoa board casadia, that is no.
Enti me pese na da rumo me tibi be free in time. Say a dianti ena woman tumuno. Dear na coso sadia. One metre muma yanti asiena. Ya pese ya timu yepa. Mantani last one. Abaya noa.
Yeah.
Akwada ne tutuo na ekobone.
Awo Adventist school no na we say okumase.
Wo kumase. Enra na abaya no trend power social media. Majari pena man nani no asay. Pena man ni no asay. Ena ya discharge no so.
Asamo.
Na anti ya no trese doctors ne kura ntumi anyi. Ayi ni nyina kura mfiri. Nani no etua boba no. Wantumi anyi etua boba ni nyina kura amfa mfiri nani.
Yeah.
Anti ohiamoa. And sometimes my daddy me didn't want say eye sabra na senkrabia. Is it destiny? Say obi be hwe ne ba. Ade na kwa secondary school. Na sabi yo obi nso ba. Waye ni say techem. Na oditua be school dako. Na etuo na ato. Na kwa akofra obi benni. Is it destiny? Ayan krabia. Aya sabre. Enti sa na brabotie. Say wonu akwase obi benni. Ema o maame no papa. Abaya no kura wadi sai. Menya so wadi 18.
Asa secondary school need.
Enti say my daddy will be this 60 years and now 70 years.
Ya just say nani na etu na kan dey. Empire kra na be bo say nkoka ba akono nka. Abrabo mompa duru ba bia ya ahomti o. So enti abrabo ni nyina no ani e. Eno
onka bi nse mu o.
Okosua na dey.
Ma bo me ba ho kase wo nko school. Na obi carelessness on train or the tuabe school no what the abese me bani ana maame ne abusia no so niska omudi akoda no beka se ye de ne tu kwan ye de ne kwa ha ne yakwa akohwe nani na ma no enti ma agya ni na bra bo ase wo ho
na bra bo ne de say but we did them everlastingly. Abrabani de say we tell Madam for Jare, Gilbert Jare. Gilbert Jare me no ka say already law or ye student of political science at University of Ghana. Mene ka say mokola we ni LLB. Chese oko mokola. Uridi law nani mienu nyina ehu ade. Eni freni. Iti abraba ne de ense ba dem die no ene wadi dem everlasting.
Ma Jerry, Mr. Ghana for say obi betumi aboa no a. Madawruma. Momu abaye kakra ma me wai. Na brantie no. On the on tutu ne pa no onko. Oh, on tutu ne pa na onko. Say emra no isi a yenya kase owo 16 years no.
They say no cry no say
kase juvenile.
Nti say yebe di na asem no cry ye de nei age no. Ebi ase yebe di na asem no cry no wanya 20 years ye de ne age ne ye de be di asem.
Abrabo mumpa.
Yankopon de say nyame ya adom na ono aya ya adom. Na see na bisa the questions are. E be say take another 2000 years.
Antina adano a that in the 60th birthday no di ni yie no. Because what to me cross sa obstacles we nyina.
Now baby a.
Ekobru sa age no a.
Ja.
Na tese nyame do papa. Nyame do. What you baby o? Unka bi nsemu. Na obi
now ya nana ya. The nana ya safu. Otini baby, onka bi nsemu. Your friend is saying, "O twakwen." Na obi ti moto so. Dipa no so a wasan aboro. Number 2 wasan why then watra traffic. So red. Na odi moto no akobbo nana ya. We pray we bubu ni name. Me doctor for say nana ya safa brante wa university a. Or getting the ho aye na dwuma. Na all of a sudden no, we're truncating a life. So nipa no call sign to moto no so a oye ne san so a anuhunu ana mpacho. Hey! What bubu obi name? Ama ne ma me na wofo aboka over 85,000. Operations ahodo akoso, surgery ahodo akoso. Na o bekasa was it be paucho.
Woni bi.
Ono so woni bi. It is sana kwa.
Se abemu ya wasai akoda ye ni. Se kwahwe na wofo kura. Di ombe di kura bi kura den. Abi kura di obedi kura ye den.
Se ase ne papa na ye driver ana me tia
na drobe ni dia me ya san drobe ye nyina ye ti kape. Ye nyina ti tasi ye ti trotro ni na ahia ne ye wo. Ahia ne ye wo. Ye mpu ye sevi. Ye sika ne ye hand to mouth. In fact, abrabo sempa doso.
Okay. Abusia high and 100.9 Ghana Montie Esunio.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
For my dear channel 0201162746. 0201162746. Etona many kwabena. Kwabena nke jengumo. Yo. Baby ntwaso.
Abusiafo Ghanaian Times de boka tan ye de mamu akwa bebiwi. Ghana and Tech Business Corporation, Czech Republic President Wabaha, and one Yaman Penny His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, woman phony Edaha, Czech the your friend Pavel, and I had the answer your friend JDM. Na Omatia Wahan say, woman in iron cratch of 20, Oma Botai. Na said the Czech Republic for you, Madiano, Yancy a barber, Shani Yashiabi. A son say, the Udikai and the Nantiano Naya, you see, into your barber, Shani Yabi. I will write James Jetiquesi, a your mouth when him some dada, Seppa pay, wabrɛ papa kɔɔto akɔneaba gyamgyakyi kwesin wadi kɔɔto akɔneaba saa kabea sɛ wadi kɔɔto akɔneaba esi ade awurade adom yɛakwete no ɛne yɛade starge no security operatives ɛna bi ɛna wɔn kɔɔ ntimfo gye ofie deɛ si wɔ hɔ ɔmanfo mu nim dada GUC foɔ trɛ sɛ wɔn bɛtena wɔn wɔ mɛgya padeɛ yɛbɛtontɔn anaasɛ yɛde bɛba ankorankora yɛbɛka sɛ privatizing ɛnsi da ɛnyɛ adeɛ a wɔn bɛpere so koraa forestry commission ɛna ɛka kyerɛ eco tourism sɛ ɛsɛ sɛ wɔn nyɛ sika bebree de ba nkɔfoɔ kɔnsrahwɛ wɔ paa nti ɛni kwan so wɔn tenatena wɔn mo asɛ bibia nkɔ so at least ɛso wɔn nyɛ sika de ba ɛnra nso dɔtmɔn paa na menim so mbɛtumi ayɛ wɛnɛsi o so ankɔ ankosi aga yɛ yɛte wɔnum sɛ wɔnum bebree ɛnna Manchester United yɛne Lyon ɛwɔ France definitely ɛbɛhyɛ wɔn.
Na mamento aso ɛwɔ Daily Graphic de bokrata na wohwɛ anim ha se a ɛna wɔbɔ amane ɛsɛ Attorney General ɛde atudwa akyire mu sɛ Chief Justice yi a enkrofo bi atro krata de akɔmɔ ɔmapanyi John Dramani Mahama sɛ wonyini emfiri wɔ menam so ma Chief Justice krade tudwa akyire mu sɛ wɔsra ɔmapanyi sɛ ensɛm wɔn de ato no so no ɔpɛsɛ woyi ano ma ɔde ano yie ɛde akɔkɔmɔ ɔmapanyi na no ɛna Attorney General akyire mu sɛ wei emra kwan mu no ehu hia sɛ ɔmanpanyi ɛbɛka sɛ wɔgye response bi ɛde afri Chief Justice nsɛm si eyi na afiri hɔ anaasɛ yi na afiri hɔ no wɔkyem sɛ respond bia enyamra kwan so sɛ wɔsɔ wɔgye respond ɛde free ne nkyɛn a Daily Graphic de bokrata nso de ho ama ne bɔ ɛde aba na Daily Graphic anim okay
yeah agos ma me come right yene lawyer Kwame Adolfo a private legal practitioner yene no eni komo na the Chief Justice there no almost say
wo say Attorney General say a respond no wo siki no enya constitutional say was so yen hye so mapanyi eje respond free
Chief Justice okay lawyer Kwame Adolfo Martin hello
yene o
apom to say anope
wuni ho ye na wo so e
nyame adom boko na me shas ye free Chief Justice dey ya processes na ekoso na eto say petition amount for calling for the removal
yeah ni oti for ni constable so what
constable apa
that's me feeling ba
all right
Chief Justice petition will be a throw for the removal minim seven what the home komo here where the constitution was written as far as the removal of the Chief Justice was concerned, because they are very poorly drafted. It was poorly drafted in a sense that ordinary members of the Supreme Court are only Chief Justice. So we throw petition, a former president saying, President is a shadow, so say, so refer my Chief Justice. Now, Chief Justice in Saka or establish prima facie case against the judge before as the committee. And the security or the protection in that one is that yes, the power to remove a judge is not left in the hands of a politician. It is a emphasis Supreme Court judge be metro petition Tiana. And it's a because the actual petition at Tiana na the president a consult to Council of State. Now what's a tier committee? No. This one, the security are embedded in the constitution, provided for ordinary members of Supreme Court. very tight in a sense. I said co-chief justice home. Not chief justice set it up. No, or establish a prima facie case first before going to the next stage. And chief justice being a judge and a lawyer, he's not going to look at it with a political lens. And you know, protect ordinary members of the Supreme Court and our Superior Court. It is a politician be grand to once a month, and it's easy to remove you. But in the case of the Chief Justice, that protection was not built in the Constitution. And once the President sent a petition for the removal of the Chief Justice and now Chairman of the Regional Tribunal, so consult to the Council of State. And to we are on setting up a committee. Committee on setting up 2 justices of the Supreme Court. Now, 3 other people are lawyers, members of Council of State, MP. It will be an ordinary Superior Court judge. Constitution by more since we are justice. It's going to say, no more drafting Constitution. I don't know. Sentiment no more junior. The no more yet. At that time, no. We are no more finding where they found themselves into the more years now. And now we are to please the audience. I have no idea. Nakata Minyamono, tell you. Severe appointee will be asked judge of the Supreme Court. That person become vetting our parliament. I'm a parliament, I do what. But you have and I eat with it there. They don't involve parliament. Why? Because kingmakers, they make the king. So what I make the king is the kingmakers that choose that issue. But because this you know, because of the Oman faster protection and mobility, open parliament is free. And the president be back, not to unpack chief justice. And one social that catch and come and say, one petition, but the second petition, not the most of them are his own people. Now, with a wink and a dog, they come. And also, one thing is, so sitting here, look at what I interpret is only advice. It's not binding on the president. Previous cases, the boys, room court position alone. It is the true for not binding there. It means that the president, why not just obey chief justice and one sort of set up committee? Committee is one of the two members who it was an initial panel. We oversight. I'm new chairman, I'm new member. I'm ordinary members being come and one of them. It's the way we are going. You see, you are playing politics in everything, including our justice system. And to that, I see whom say, the Sasa we get the next election, another chief justice will also be coming. You want to be living in a country like that? me preliminary comments on that. And I'm actually say we are in a very dangerous time. That is how we know. Our country is in trouble.
Now, I know Chief Justice Yatesa will respond to a petitioners in summer woman raising. And in your mono, so that I say we're not a political undertone so. say a kobasa be a president be take a decision and now say ebi ebedu baby be a president no we share council of state members woman so ebetena say na wo ma hwe nsem no mu na ekwa say political undertones na really was science and be same. Is that the case?
Yes.
But not necessarily say it be a substantively no yeah chance manaka.
Sure. And they say Constitution under Article 146 what say a justice of a superior court Chief Justice Kahun shall not be removed. And it's important that you understand, shall not be removed from office except for stated misbehavior or incompetence or on the ground of inability to perform. These are very elevated form of misconduct. Stated misbehavior, incompetence, or inability to perform. Look at them and say, expose, now who Judge be as well, who dry nominee, and pontin nominee, clear cases of corruption nominee, other stuff. And that is what we are, a warrant remover of a judge from office. Now share the content of what came out in December as being some of the charges that Professor Azar, I'm not sure whether he has actually admitted they were on a close repetition. It doesn't amount to a very serious stated misbehavior at all. But it was written with intention to remove a chief justice. Unless there's a clear case of misconduct of that nature. He just be say and I can say it has already been said. The next chief justice will not be bold enough. He will always be looking over his shoulder for political favors. And to why you are not telling me, the politicians remember who could you away. Now, Oma be Yimi and Freehold. And the case is you who challenge the executive and their excessive use of their power. The judges will not be bold enough to do it. I don't know, we will describe them as similar throats. That is where we are heading towards. And it's dangerous.
Okay.
Because we know protection and say executive no any parliament no omunya tumia on be issue. Somebody has to check them. And only somebody or that body that can check the executive use of power or abuse of power is the Supreme Court. That's the judges in are now cowed. Omnina through who are you there will be nobody who will stand for us. And they
okay. If you want me found call and the Honorable Member of Parliament a year Asin South, Mrashibujani Rankin, Edema Defense and Interior Committee, Honorable Team for Johnny Fee. The course way a lawyer for us, what's your legal spectacle, idea?
I was surprised. Because also going to be in India. I'm going to be. Do they have any particular allegation of having committed any offense? Mark, I'm not sure. Maybe you're watching a MONTIE. I'm going to be in
allegations of drug trafficking.
And it will be making allegations. You go and arrest the person. Say, why are you one more making allegation. Making allegation alone is enough for you to be arrested. Anything that's a group there, you and I cannot talk. Allegation. So what is the offense? I said the special prosecutor, Akwachi General, is there. What's the publication of false news. Nejuma. Who special prosecutor? Nejuma is a corruption and corruption related offense. And General Sakoka, is that your mandate? So if it's Bonia, you refer him to the police for the police to arrest him. Now, what special prosecutor? You have no right, no mandate to go and arrest somebody and charge the person with spreading of what is called publication of false news. The same thing. So I throw allegation which is false. What is the business of NIB? Do they have any charges for him? See, actually, yes, almost a bit to be so, and sorry for the zoo. I say sorry for yes, because of the super. That is what is not should be discouraged. People don't know about it. Not also spread the allegation. So does that constitute an offense? And the funny thing is that CSC, and this one here, CSC Ofosukwati, really. I can say if he doesn't go, he'll be arrested. And I quickly arrest him. What kind of nonsense is this? So NIB is now acting on instructions of Ofosukwati. Is that what is happening in Ghana? You're wrong. So
but we don't also have the evidence. Felix Ofosukwati anase Deputy Director General Nakok we call it lawyer Chumberima Odikan beka omeha and say later Sanko repeat you other network say when you we are you'll be arrested.
What's one there?
It's a one cooperative now one maton South friend no one qua you'll be arrested.
To go and say what? What's he saying?
To bring the evidence of the allegation.
Is that okay? If he goes and he says, I'm not talking, is he not entitled to say, I'm not talking? See, he will be a friend Miranda right. And I say, Empo is I'm supposed to caution you. Say you have the right to remain silent. It's something that is inbuilt in our legal system. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you or may be used against you. It's required. Your lawyer said, look, he's not talking. This MP, Reverend in Tim
Fojo,
he can go and say, I'm not talking. What are they going to charge him with? Propaganda? Is that what they're going to charge him with? I didn't know. I'm surprised. Because many lawyers are. Kamaka said, look, let's go. Kamaka said, let's go to the NIB office. We go. And I would say, you have to remind my client of his rights, Miranda rights. And they will say, okay, we are reminding you, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you. Oh, yeah, I was saying, my phone is not talking. If you have anything to charge him, and let's go to court. See, unless you challenge them, they will keep on extending the boundaries of their power, even when they don't have the power. And I'm going to say, special prosecutor, me chief journalist there, may charge you for publication of all news. Also, you don't have that mandate. You see, unless we challenge people like that, they'll keep on abusing their power. So, if I were his lawyers, I would not even wait for them to come and pick me up. I would just go there, NIB or BNI, you know what I'm going to do? There is no more. I don't think that any CM will be in our court system because I don't know what for you and me. If somebody is abusing his powers, we take them to court. Now, my court is so weak.
Yeah.
Court will also be afraid to stand for the truth and justice. Supreme Court anymore. Those men and women, they died because they stood firm against tyranny.
No, but maybe say my baby na security operative say ba me fie so mbeche me a one bebe o ma kata wo manim eno na aseche ne say
and me I have no idea why they are doing that. Yes, security cameras I capture almost recently when they went to honorable former minister, okay, president, Ken Ofori-Atta. Aha. So they know that they may be picked up by that. And it's no more catechete one. Now when you're born here, why must you cover your face? What do they make us? You need not cover your face.
Okay. Enti say sa semi aba betokwe yi. Emra kwan so no kwan ben so ne yebefa. Ne hu ne pom se bre bi so ka say honorable team fojo. Ne saka na te san kodo koma bambofo rather than publicly obesha central for the 2 years.
A member of parliament. And I say so when your information. A member of parliament will represent the constituency. And I say that in parliament he's not allowed to say what he has seen. Is that what you're saying?
There be outside parliament.
Honorable could you to a black? I never revelations no idea. Did you see anybody arresting him? Airport, what is it called? Aeroplane, traveling, president traveling, investigations. So yeah, I saw it. I was supposed to over there. National Cathedral.
National Cathedral.
Revelations are what is what we got that? Hey, I said, oh, and 4 years he bad because people like me will stand up against them. Evil grows when good men do nothing. And it's a what I say. You disagree and you think the person is wrong, and you not say it. And then that's what kind of democracy is. Now, if you say, Honorable could you do? Time I know in the revelation. Maybe they be born a battle. Maybe there's also for the rest be here. Can I now open her? Now, you Honorable could you do? Now, me a support to how? When the man is doing his job as a parliamentarian.
What about so because say kind of sadia say a bassa and some or kind of so nyano cre. Do you because say false publications and a why no so
yeah, so we charge him without offense.
Okay.
But at the moment, what is the offense? Nobody is telling us what the offense is committed.
But I know a banisana and yet chin say your coaching no because one of false publication. And you think your chill kwane a charge or na your process to
what should I for? No, look, we the lawyers are and coming in crowd, we will just go there voluntarily. We'll just go there. And we'll go there and we say my client is not talking. Now whatever they have, they should charge LSE. Charging we are then we go to court and test it. Now, when you say that, then they will always come up with schemes. So I am of the view that Omufi say honorable in team for the YBB, they should charge you on the offense.
But okay, NIB one more that power to arrest just like police and other security agencies.
I in fact I'm not sure. But I suspect so. Somewhere, a specialized body created by an act of parliament. I can check.
Okay.
But I'm sure that they may have arrest powers.
Okay.
I know I must concede them and check it.
All right. Okay. Now, and now many a deputy general secretary or say deputy director of operations our presidency. Your friend Mustafa Gbande Kasano say a highly condemnable. Onukura hunyanse and woman say we your police officer. Oh, coach you be to say member of parliament. Now what is Sumo Jolly? But I him Sumo Jolly. So your dada bend.
Sorry, I'm old school.
Okay, wait, say handkerchiefs are kakrakai. Now what boom me na dey kata on hwen say what the kwakwa arrest you be. What is a mask na dey coach you?
Yeah, ni ho.
Aza.
Yeah, coach you I twist am am no say man ni ho.
Okay.
And we nim say that the first small jolly there.
Kwamama fu ni mbop pa oni me nim kasa no kra say kasa ben you. Say young cries a deal. Small jolly.
What is a constable?
Constable, what you about? It's at the how? Anna at the same. Pabra can't do too many interview. Now say.
Now you want no more crowd.
Sir.
Awo ma. Awo ma si ma jolly.
Pabra or guy.
Awo ma si ma jolly.
Now I know a casa beno. No, me new casa. Gan. Okay. Bedofo. Okay. I want to say a gun. I know say I can't be sagake.
It's not just a small jolly handkerchief.
Yeah, your handkerchief be all, but yes, a gun when it a chairway. A chair bedofo.
Okay, fair enough.
Sasano, me produce a card, me maintain crying, sir. It is a kwana kwa chuo bina wakata kata here so how
was it necessary? And I'm going. Oh, look, there was a journalist. I don't know whether it's BNI office or some security agency. I have restricted area. And I coffee money and a chain of board. I've done about some years now. My name is CTFL. I'm just trying to recall his name. I'm going to interview him. There were certain areas that you don't go and film. There are security zones. If you travel out, airport, this is a security zone. No cameras, no photos. You are forewarned. It is a security area. Nothing. Notice the boss say, don't take photos, don't do this. And you go and you do exactly what the warning says. Why would I come and defend you? I don't know. What did they make? There are certain zones. Our national security has to be protected. And things like that, I will not support you. But where the person's right as a citizen is being abused, no. But then maybe say it's a simple matter. This BNI and NRB people both can just write to the speaker and say, please, we would like to meet with a member of parliament for so and so. Mr. Speaker, release him to us. Now, Mr. Speaker will release the person. And then the person will go. And then his lawyer, obviously, when I'm a lawyer, because my client is not talking. And don't worry, they should charge the person. Then we go to court. You don't need somebody macho, but arrest him for what?
Okay.
Just to intimidate the person. However, you can easily write to the speaker for him to be released. And happy to member of parliament for honestly Medina. On the time road.
Yeah. We Honorable Xavier, Francis Xavier.
You don't need to go there and create a scheme. However, you can easily invite them through the speaker. Write the speaker and say, look, we want you to release member of parliament for so and so for us to interview. Simple.
Okay.
And then you go. And then maybe lawyer because you are not talking. This is an open advice.
Okay.
Not don't want to charge you here.
All right. Now no pay that's son you didn't come on. Nami Shramson. Yene lawyer Kwame Adolfo, private legal practitioner, the end didn't come on what you mo. Some from Chief Justice to the arrest of Honorable Tim Fojo. And then I Asa Edia Family. For my dear Jennifer 02011627746 02011627746. Ghana Montie Senior.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Mene mami akosia tonam ene amansan chia me kwamena mafo de obankra ta mun sam no ene de ra agos Faba
Jerry,
go.
okay, na me kra Daily Graphic na ubowura mu kodi nkomo de baye. Na Daily Graphic anim ha say na what the Czech Republic mampanyin fonyini ababeto ha say o mampanyin John Dramani Mahama so fonyini eda ha say a wo mo hwe animu pa where eye to eye utimu say o mo hwe o mo animu wet odo. Na no ana ode atudwa ekire mu say me no ka say sisi ano Czech Republic ene oman kronkron Ghana wo mo nkita hudie no omo ehye mu kena papa passe de be beboa ma economy no atimi agina ne nan so ya chese ho nsem so da say Daily Graphic de ho ama ne bo ede abam na wo hwe graphic animu a gold board ya yatie ese eba behwe na gold a yetu ewo man we mu na gold ho dwabone akrofo edi omo smuggle ede ko aman hodo eso ene gold bo anyina peye no sisi an gold bo ebegina peye na sa gold boy ena omode ababetu dwachem se gold board enchakra next month na just abosumi ye bewura mu no me hyase adidwuma ya Daily Graphic de ho ama ne bo ede aba ewanim ha na wo hye anim ha se ya wode yira Sam George fonyini ababetoa Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations fonyini ababetoa ene wo bo ama ne se Communication Ministry asoye no eka emene wo mo papa na wo mo contract ho nsɛmsɛm bi mu nso wo mo ebedom asukɔ se de bi ye beboa na asoye no atimi afa ne to mapafra Daily Graphic de bokrata ede ho amanebo ede aba na mamifa Daily Guide emfantoa so emaw na Daily Guide amanebo a wode ebo no enya asem ketwa kra na wo hwe Daily Guide animu a o mo se wo kopie mu e wato atifidu mantemu a Forestry Commission atimi ache 85 na trese mining just excavators not just excavators aduotwe enum ya kire ena fe bulldozer mienu ena fe so wo mu esusu se machines bi mu a wo mu edidi dwumadie e wo site wo no eno so generator ne ho nkro no bo ma kire e wato etifidu mantemu na wo mu kire mu se eye dwumadie a bambofo military ene Forestry Commission ekabo mu ediye na wo mu kire mu se wo mu atimi ache nipa aduonu enwotwe 28 ya wo mususu se China ni eka ho ena fe susu wo matimi ache enipa bi mu nso akeka ho a chese nyasam ketwa na wo mu chem so wo mu chi bi e wo enchi forest ena fe so tano anwia forest nso wo mu chi bi e ho sea forest enso wo mu chi bi e ho ena fe so wo mu chem se anwia so south forest reserve so wo mu achichichi bi wo ho a ehon nsem so eda hase a Daily Guide obokrata enso de ho amanebo ede aba na wo hwemfonyina eda nimu a wo mu a omache wo mu ya wo mu no eye illegal miners galamsey yes no wo mu mfonyini eda hase a Daily Guide obokrata ede ho amanebo ede aba na Chief Justice Gatri Tokunu mfonyini eda ha se ye beyinu ebi mu atrokrata ede akwakomo mpanyin se yenyini emfiri ho se ye beyinu si yenyinu Supreme Court atu asem na ahyeda da be banso so no eno emmeto dwa Daily Guide obokrata ede ho amanebo ede aba nanra NIB custom Reverend Intimfojo efie na Daily Guide amanebo na ba ochem se we the Rainbow Star se de omusiko eminim se no mu ko bota kwando se de o si Rainbow Star we de anu ode papa Ghana pa Edio. Would you want to say accounting for?
We are there. Obo said that she table stand here. Sa.
Oh.
Sa. Said the year canning. It shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be so. Okay. Ma young kwa manusona. Yane ofwasia yirebi mrashebe jani. Your friend honorable Kojo upon Chroma. Owa manuso. Honorable Mache.
You so na say.
Yanko pa do na so
ya me dey say you.
Ofwasia yirebi ibi aboko ho.
Onyan adomenti. Ehoye.
Ye de yanko pa ase. Na enra wo koli kampi de esi woni fie amu nyina mu de mani kire ho a mu hu se ennam kwan papa so boyemu sane sen ho ntra.
Say 1st April no and a minority a press conference on some security issues renting for the address conference. Now the near me and signed to that not say buying everything on your full inquiry, full investigation, no man gonna go monocrat.
baako yɛ supplement sika no ne gold na ɔmo sɛ ɔmo kɔkye ɛna ɔmo hwehwɛ alagye bi afiti February bɛdu saa brilliant nkɔhwɛ baako yɛ bɛyɛ 5 billion cedis worth of cocaine na ɔmo kye on the central heating kwan no so na baako yɛ aeroplanes mmienu a efi island bi a cocaine bi akyire fi wɔ hɔ a bɛfa Ghana ebedi bɛyɛ ne nan ne num wɔ ase a na asɛ story no akɔyɛ bibi ɛwɔ hɔ. Don't it to abɔnten sɛ saa nneɛma mmiɛnsa aban no nyɛ mu full investigation adenti a sɛ Ghana ha no nsɛm bi sɛ ba yɛyɛ public inquiry ɛyɛ MV Benjamin President Kufuor time ɛbaeɛ no President Kufuor ma yɛyɛ public inquiry obi a no nim ho asɛm bi ha yɛfrɛ no ɔbaa bɛka yɛtoto no ano wɔ TV so obi ahwɛ ɛwie ne ho adi bɔne ne ɔma ndi bɔne ɔma adi bɔne yɛde ɔm kɔ court wobɛhwɛ a ayɛwa so wɔ so wɔ bɔn ɛbaeɛ ɛyɛ public inquiry nti obiara bɛka n'asɛm ɛwieɛ yɛhu asɛm no brɛ baabi ɛda wobɛhwɛ a ayi yɛba abɛn mu 2017 na ɔmo sɛ yɛayɛ cash ayi ɔmo sɛ trade ministry foɔ akɔgye sika bi ne ade yɛyɛ public inquiry nti minority corporate asɛm a yɛka no sɛ ɛnyɛ public inquiry yɛhwehwɛ nti ɔmampanin koraa saa da no ɔmampanin issue statement ampa yɛnyɛ investigations na NACOC ne CID ne appointment investigation no ne na no na ne spokesperson ba no investigation no here chini to man penny investigation the spokesperson ba but was investigation no here no more information that the balance of the information about about na assembly Twitter so the information ba about the information on the ba about therefore and will not be me no correct and no correct to go say committee no about back the point who say we no I feel all of us no make woman no see committee ranking member reverend intelligence so say all five evidence in ra who alleges must prove only evidence or your tofu or your clown or your atem the deal when someone say mpata no mo kafa no I feel don't say o make no na omo aye no public interrogation mo bi e who say ya some kan no dey na so obi ono blow whistle ne say problem wa na mo hwe na mo nyam investigation no chena no pa ye pa parliament be ya de wie na ye papa mo akoye adwuma ne ti say a manti be akon fi o manti be 20 akon fi o kwekwe u ne yi so on be chena ko then yi na MPs over be 30 MPs ya rashi kofi o lawyer for ne ade kofi o say that's it e koya manti be say ya mo instructions say mo be chena mra yes mo be chena mra so I be say the instructions ne say be chena mra no say to your church and manti no say dikan Ghana constitution no Article 115, Article 117, and Mamu who quite said the Amuye Munye. It's your constitution, no cry. Number at 720, the friend whistleblowers act, and Mamu quite said the way window. They are more, a dangerous precedent. So even for MP, I can't say Namos a Mumpa, yet Choco speaker. Yam fat, sir, you in good if you say Babette, sir, any time now, I do that them no be a big boo when he, yes, so near ma. They are showing a couple ma. Now I say, oh, body near money, I show a shake out near do. Yes, man, that time the job is crashing. Constitution on the boy in the Uncle Boy. Chadea Moyano, Tiamra, the NSI in the year. You know, more trace, a fellow man can be any minority leader, not on prayer, Habib, Munina, attaching a lawyer from in our account. Jenny and on can say, I didn't be any idea by you. Nti also mo wetro na mo munya na ya family council ya bisenia ye no mbisi nkunya cause parliament only people ayo ko yafa so ye nti ye no mo etwetwe ya wie no mo wetro ye na ye ne sa no pe no ye mpani fo no mo pe ko bi nkomo ne ho asem na me kuma sibe na asem a ye kan tra ban ni say number 1 sa intimidation tactics na ban person offer no unya ye democracy no and no be so no pani say Japan nkofobia ko bu bi dan ani so mo hwehwe bibi o mo hwehwe o mo hwehwe no matutu ni TV ni CCTV cameras no mo ko o tena beti ni esi akobu wi dan ani ni ade o tena beti esi we akasa nti ade bi na fo akwa kogu ni fi ni kana sa de ni nyai ye wo democracy mo ensem fataga na kwa one o si jata de number 2 tempo wi ya MP so wi na no ase bi mo yo kwa fa so fre o troko speaker na speaker ma sa direction no sa di we say totally on the head of. Now, most started idea we are. I will send this internal bank forever. I will be a no be justifies idea we say. I will send this internal bank forever. Say nemo the idea we see. More units now. Who crowd would say studio or Tranopa. So only NBC, the DBNA problem. I also to face Anomaba. Until so Pierre, a class idea we, any part of your democracy, need to mean support your idea we see. And son of my trace, and Korean people are whistleblowers at the born of Obay. So what you are buying in a BBI cost to by more investigation was it. Now, no 3-term member of parliament, former deputy minister, ranking member, no crown on the defense and interior committee for any man, who possibly in the same. Then the Kokuman will be out to baby there. On the NBC chairman, Yasama, then a bell into the Yasadi no Kumasi. You're very careful. And then come on, son.
But me ba cho chere me mu Whistleblowers Act na wo ka no se obi enya asem na okoblow whistle na identity is kept secret ye hu se nipa no but at the moment I be wadwe say bi obeba abonten aba be ka no still what does your whistleblower
me ba cho nya no correct. There's no way in the Whistleblowers Act that says identity must be hidden.
And so whistleblowing you blow the saying you blow the say be press conference
at 720 or copy.
Mami check me there wa na yen say e be a press conference and you the blower
section 1 or say disclosure of impropriety. A person may make a disclosure of information that the person has reasonable cause to believe that the information tends to show and it shows the number of things that makes me a blow whistle. Who cause section 1 2 or say any conduct that falls in your friend impropriety. Say impropriety, who to me blow alarm no orally, verbally, who to me swatch off. It's not about being secret, any anonymous letter. The only the emission, but it goes further to tell you, and it shows section 3 shows the various places are obey me ama or maswati. It goes further to say, so who blow whistle now? Steps that was buying a ticky after we blow whistle, and after NIPA, also your investigation steps that also taken. Then when you go under section 12. It shows you say so will be blow whistle now. You cannot even transfer him or sack him or intimidate him or dismiss him or suspend him. But on Kaubenya copy, I can't answer with this one.
Maybe now what's it section saying?
About section saying section 12.
Okay. Because offer a year section 12 now. Oh.
So a whistleblower shall not be subjected to victimization by the employer of the whistleblower or by a fellow employee or by any other person because of a disclosure that has been made. A whistleblower shall be considered as having been subjected to victimization.
Yes, I'll say a whistleblower shall not be subjected to victimization by the employer of the whistleblower or by a fellow employee or by another person because a disclosure has been made. Is that what you mean? They are now canon.
No, 12-2. A whistleblower shall.
Okay, a whistleblower shall be considered as having been subjected to victimization if, because of making a disclosure, A, the whistleblower being an employer is, that's the I, dismissed, suspended, declared redundant,
transferred, harassed, or intimidated. Then I make a choice say, people. And an ordinary person will blow whistle and run upon Obay. You cannot even harass or intimidate him. And we there, only a for to interview for two near the end, and harassment and intimidation. Yay cry. Now, rather, no. Oman Penima instruction on the first to someone investigation. Now, they are moving. Put number to social media, the GSM or a clown, and official ministers of state. Now, you tell me what will be press conference, yeah, by an Obika BBT. I say, Nani, so be a aeroplane crowd man penny team, no, will be to me the aeroplane details, but for a team. I know obviously it endangers the president's security. And no point is that say the police is back for corporal for a feeder. Then how to be that? What to be that say the corporal for a feeder? We be here now, 1847, number 20, the Omo Bechenako because we can't someone any by that. Then I make us a money now in the Central for. So most of I deal with what now who can here NBC chairman I baba for. Careful.
And then many deputy general secretary of the NDC Kasa, in fact, will condemn this act kind to the extent say act to say a member Rantie or Moko ye in team for your fee no say woma kata kata woman nim and now saying Kasi Sudia say there was a directive from the president. Omanpenye can actually institutions in be say one and collaborated with a year honorable team for Joe. But ye any evidence be a chance almost on Safreno. And now quite almost fast so if you know say highly condemnable. Deputy General Secretary, Deputy Director of Operations at the presidency, Mustafa Gbande and Okazense. So it tells it is highly condemnable. A statement from Obi Oye party, I believe some say the course no one who say anko ye and ye. Because for him to come publicly and pay to say a ye condemnable, say one by yes had I think I'm saying no so a ye headway, as you claim.
Well, I know what the collective responsibility of Abino and they are buying it together. No, it means a community agree. Because only agree and Katamo Mampeni investigation. And as a public inquiry, cry minority your friend and come back. You don't say, and I don't know steps that was you take it to ensure that I do this, you know, almost and coffee on Congo Fano. Yeah, you might be brave overnight to ensure something. Mustafa and agree, but I mind as a collective, you know, from different. Then you're very careful. And yes, I started every baby I want to control Sadia. All I be the quack will you do a baby, I'm baying what baby. We both out in China, Siafim. The way I buy, you have to be very careful. I also buying tolerant. Now, yeah, what Ben Mukofo and Cancer. Which make us no probable. Now, me, all guys are made, not a couple of me, the Galamse Unicro. Okay.
Yeah.
What is a Yama Ubia Kochi Ubi that I say, what can we go or call a democracy? Who can I say the Wakana here with a man or court and that's civil processes? Now, say, started to argue with me. I'm running to be one who was the chef, Katakata, and Nisha, Kraiki 47. Are we back in the coup era? Are we back in the PNDC era? Sabri, focus, no necessary. Conform Peduma. 45 Peduma, Munyeduma. We in a Bemo Meduma. Women's Bank now, you see, the Yama man in every 3 years, you know. We in a Bema Women's Bank and Aba.
But honorable 80.
Yeah. Here, Tika, Edia Yetuma, we are pine. We in a Bema Apine Akoso. DPI about your buying a cocoa say, ye shall be you a bemo. Oba bemo now man send be here be prayer. A human uncasa winning coso. In the Anope, is this what government wants to be discussing? Is this the priority of government and Anope? But when I heard who are buying for say, one more near and human on this answer will be here. One rubbish with 2 on the photo. Every account here, Bebo went here, one other causing problems.
But honorable, so officially, say or try to command the appropriate institutions because it's security matters and I want also deal with it rather than say no baba bonting about making it public and also like a hard giana.
Parliament, your various instruments are okay, apart from press conference, no almost like draw a letter, a request say, Yemma, the head of the agency, Yemma Parliament. Okay.
Mekai.
In Abaya is interested. What Abaya is interested is that young coach. You good anymore or a clown, you did them in church, there's no more did at them on social media. Into why, yeah, committee, and then you committee now, they also move but a bind is not interested. The interest they say will be moving and go for. And no hate from my as to say, it is not acceptable.
Say, the way forward now, Dean.
Oh, I no pay, no do your it's a press conference, Kaka. Because I'll pay to clear my press conference, pay don't do. See, they be sure the next steps. What we're asking for is a public inquiry. It's just any affairs no near you know. Now, no crana dead it will be because in some way by the camp on timber crying in defense of the 2 flights. No, they say about 7 million. See, now it's important that a full-scale public inquiry will take place. No BI who no crime.
Okay. We have press conference na yehu de be free maba but who cares to dia say what came out in the idea na minority na munyina mota akire but a honorable team for jo and a D and no address. Is that the case?
Me pacho to prove to you, no mami bisa question or your press conference no info.
I saw or your press conference no Parliament House.
Good. Or you no kaso or you why team.
Minority, yeah.
Thank you. In Yemen America, the fact has established right from the very first minute or start a press conference and say good morning, please, of the media. This is a press conference from the minority side of the Committee of Defense and Interior. On starting. Until now, your leader, Sahia Fenyo Martin Kacham, say he does not alone. And he will never walk alone. It's a move so your uncle Namuti, Ubabi Humana. There are millions of Ghanaians that we represent. Nipa 88 constituencies, we have millions of Ghanaians. He is speaking in the name of 88 people who represent millions of Ghanaians. Don't let it be lost on you.
Okay, and I'll pay you that's the sound you didn't come on.
Yes, me that's it.
All right. Yene honorable Kojo Pogroma or Yamra Sebejani, our Fwasia Yiribi, or no, Yenno, a dean come with NEAT 100.9. Nina no, send then Womushia. The next action, no, you better. Umunse. When you know, a year, honorable team for Joe, and I'm ran to Omukoni fear. Umunsam. Kobe.
Majari.
Yeah.
Boko dear.
Boko Mitemwa.
Majari Baya Abosume Kakreno.
Yeah.
Ma observe adie bi na menim sa won so observe
ah.
Who say national security at first is a nametai e cassette ya wo mu pa. The way ya na wo mu go pick up na business asomade no wo mu ati wo mu abode se basabasa no wo mu nam ayi ase kontokwa na wo mu bronkofo se westedia ase papa ya wo ba fufure DCOP ase we fra wo mu ntuma fufuro bi ama meka so wo manya nuonyam che first no
asa
oh yeah because nka sa de we nka abetianse ase o national security to boy ye na boys si ebi sasomade no wo mu de ade akatakata wo mani no wo mani ma ye hu no wo mu nam wusia wo mu a wo buo ni ani de bia nim but as we fra wo mu ntuma foforo bi ma national security enya nuonyam pa wo mu mo ya ka
o ma sa ntuma foforo na reflect wo mbotom because national security for ye nkrofo bi ana wo musika sem no did America no
ma Jerry
me say me kasa wo musika sem a ade yeni ana amafo kwache national security coordinator na wo ko birim no because ma tena tro musika ye tu am ka table so
no ye former you know
administration America no say o from to ma foforo dia
wo masa ni
ma nyina nsesa wo mo pass through your friends kwan papa so ye fentu am ka na nkoba say national security me national security nti wo be kwa na envelope masa ye frawa masa beje wo be kwa na ate wakadua so tickets ye de ma na tete so eno nwasem na make
no because this national security no omo a comport omo pa omo ya ka omo ya dem
okay all right Kobi mama me fa messages kakra mfa ntwam wa hana
na me kusua straight for some momo apna my why
ababa no
momo ano mesramo
areko
Adventist Senior High School. Your friend Susie Pinaman. Susie. I went to me the day pen. Susie, me brony. Susie, Alana, ube. Aha, my daddy.
Yes.
When put the menya and sano.
Yeah.
Awurade ya adumu amemenda.
I am memeda dia.
SDA for. Memenda ebe.
Okay.
SDA nkurabate wo Ghana nyina. Monfa bo ensiwo.
Na
monjeje offering.
Omo fanko buano.
Na monka ni nyinaa mbom na monfanko ma abaya no. Majari 7-day Adventist. Yasinya me sompa. Enya ne samu didi wofre na mudi kogu bank. Modi beye ne yesane fata. Eye mu school na assemba ye. SDA memenda monfa bo nsi wo. Se 1 CDO, se 5 CDO, se 10 CDO, se 1,000 Ghana no obi benyo. The whole Ghana. Obi anyi kakra. Ni yanka ni nyina mom. Yemfa nkobo abaya no no ngeni ne site.
Ya okay de onka abone.
Yes. Says the fo anya saade we. Says the fo memenda kwanhwefo. Samo anya saade we say wo mbeye. Yes. SDF obeye. Majority the whole Ghana. Memenda kwanhwefo. Memenda wo mokwa sorry. No mo now so say Suzy Prama ye ni no ya say enti obi a bo na si ha wo de nipa na mfiri na komam mfa kakra matum me hwa ade ti mande a mekasa afa ho say ya sofu biba
Yes, you phone kwa neko. Ana.
Wo de asema si SDF.
Etira kwa mna say, wo mu school mu na asema na si. It's your student.
Omuntu ana mo.
Omuntu ana mo.
Wo mu student. Kwa ye SDF sofu biba. Ana se pani biba. Ga de obenhu said you mbesi afa asem no. But ekoye wo hiani wa moburoni no. Hospital kurampo. Bells kura umutu akuro munya sika ntua. Ena oman no nso eni sese bia da hodema. Watutu abon wapira. Enti nabusuafo nkohwe na wo mumu wo muka. Sanka ye na court numpo eka bibia na se oman no won se bi da ho se asumesi anya wo haw eha na nam eba ye enti mo nso ano a akonka nye problem. SDF yetumi didi sika ede kotoka masofo yetumi didi sika ede sidan masofo yetumi didi sika ede kosi secondary school Valley View University time wa yesie sa time na memfa sori ndi agro me say offer na amato yedi si sa Valley View University no enso mankobi enti SDF yesra mo sam adawroma memenda mokwa asori a monjiji sika the whole Ghana moma amanonefo no kura mfesika ne bimbaboa mo na monfa nkoboa pram de mo bejiji bia mamu nchem ese obi te wanu mo a sofo bi yase ye bejiji sika nyina ne ye de kwa akoma abaya no
na ade na ese wo mo pe polybag Politin bag bi na wo mu de so enye se wo ma wo nchemu ente se wo mu hwemu mpo sika bi bebia na mamoa na mu de ahye
we dey say omo wade na na say ye to badi ye ya na
ya ne amoa ne
de ama
ne ye Pentecost na say kura ye jai because of ntukwa na ba hunti ye jai say obi wo hono mo a ne ye to ne badin a say de sika no ba no edru obi nso die so a masa na nipa kro no wo twekora na ayentokwa na ayemanso
okay
first nanka obi tu ne badin a nkofo de nioma ba ebi de seminar ebi de power ebi de womo ebi de wei ebi de pampers eni ade nyina ba ne aka ne nyina bom ne ade amanipa kro ebi kora de kisop tenten no mu de aba na edru obi de so a obi akora nsore nkoto ofre enti ya ne saade a yetem yempa bodi na keka bia
opa na de envelope aba
yes ene ye hu nipa no a na wo de ama no ba saade na abodi na keka wo mu no ye jai na nsen sɔfo ba ye word na eno no ye no slow motion ye the obey opening prayer the obey way ye no kakra sa koye church member bi na wo ye word na nsuo na nimu nya fo nti nya ne ntantem ntiam muntu taso eni asew na ye wie word no say ye eni enyu obi asem ba pani bi ba na ye word no what ye slow motion ba 3 na ne da so ti aso dem wo ba kwaye ordinary person bi a at 11 nsuo na nimu nya fo enkofo programs bebrebe konti ya nche wa munya nentem there shall be sour so breast ya ntantem so yan no pente etintina ma mehu niamo oh etintina ma mehu niama na Ewurade ya adomo a May 1st face the country for be demonstration. Okay. Na demonstration no aya galamse no a yesi etu ase a yentumi ntu ase no. Na aya brantie Oliver Baka Vamawo one ne mrantie ene be yesa demonstration no. Omo chese niama ekoso no enya kura ntie se na ekasetia Peter Warore you see we build the empire na empire no sex will be private life why say we pay so mpu and the papers enyamasem say will be persons ya na one persons so
why now saying na say
no so enye the bureaucrat ya wakwa akwati obi a Peter Sorora so wakwa akwati na say bia wakwa akọwi ade afa na ne ukọ na mata ne kura na egu ne dam we fa ho o ha ne se fa ho ya wasem wonso kwaso bi ko gu dam we
omo kwati na ma gu ne dam o
fa no ho eye na asem
enya na asem se na asem akoka
wo ko ma no obi sex life fa ho obi sex life so wo pem ma won pem ma fa ho bai fa ho bai ada ya saw ana obi ma pe obi a ya hye wo ahoya na ya ye mo
ahoya na enfo
mu ya ahoya adodo
Mazan, wo kasa yi.
Mu ahoya. No
wo ya ahoya.
Mo ahoya nyefe. Obi sex ya. Anaso obi sex ya na obi sex life. Efa mo ho bai. Ena asuma sipema. Aya masem.
Enye za asuma sipema.
Ena wo benten de bia oya asawo. Oba
ana de ahyi ne se bema wakọ ayi oba bi obehunu bia na wafre no ana no se de bema ade ahyi bema wakọ ayi na akọ wuni mo bia wakọ akoduru ho oba bi twem ma na wafre no oba bi twem ma na wafre no eno se de na ha ade eno se de ba de wasam se odamie woni msama nta woni tu kwa ya ho obatumi abeka de esi anyina atira ho yire de be ho na makwa ayie no ayie na mokọ ye no fa ne se me ha me ye ko na na akase ayie na ugoduru ya usi forma na be be si forma wo oba no afre what is wrong with you what do you
know problem ne sai ma jari
o kwa ayie ana se o
di afa ne so wakọ ma afa ho afa ho ade wa yi no wode ye
say ye pese obe na kwafa asama
ya ni amema nso ye ho enemies say
ye ho enemies bia say mema na moye sa no munya ewiase familiarization is very important but it doesn't also mean say ukoduru ba bia media gwakọ ayie year wuko a year how many minutes na kwa kwedi o year na waka
kwa year no okope ma aya wasamai
ndia
wo bi wo honom krampa ye free ye duru baby krope baby a wo baby sa first ye bi aba
said ya podjo dame ado
ye duru baby krope baby o baby sa first ye bi aba
sa na manfo bi sa What na me ba me papa yi a.
O si kuro nu mu a.
O ba me papa yi. Na
Adenes.
O de me ka bi
ah, obi a wo si kuro mo wonu so ya kura no wo bisa baby a aburu kiosk wo.
Obisa sport because we're too quiet or per malt be at your funny minimum.
Wow.
Or per coke be at your funny minimum because we're too quiet be na why go to no or
pen to your turn or kiosk. More than your turn or blue kiosk.
It's your cocoa.
And then I won't filling station supermarket to uncle to.
And no more than day no. Hey, maybe I'm coming from filling station no. No more than day say. What require many be all. Ekwan ho etuodo bia no permot bi atwi ni mini
mo akwa ti obi ne ho afo
na
nice man
ana o mo nzen
mo akwa ti obi
ana o so mo call ya
ana sex anya ni new republic ya shisha ni mu akwa na sex and opema e wasam opepa no a woton no ne ma ope no adia na effect be na nya wo paper no so adia no nya wo paper no so man you nice man yes
mama je no mama
tin background oh sa mama say na mapel antisa ya nenum ya wo bebre we obosi be memu e ma akura na ye ne lie sikano so taho adin so escafu aduane
maza mama ngenka message
ana kofana
etona wutu boss no fo
ensem bi se de wani ntanyo
oze
ensem bi se hun tampe
amenta ben ye na wo kan america se de enye wo ho no yeke
eno wa so ma no
me so wa no de be me se mama ngenka message
mama ngenka
message
mama ntuaso
o to ade benzo
ai sex no
o to sex no so said ye make a bread do say some can message
and I am a bra birthday
e wan no
Samuel
oh yeah most am for post
yeah and I am a bra birthday
okay
bra happy birthday once a brother always a brother and you still remain my brother and brother and brother. Brother, happy birthday. God bless you. God bless your new age. God bless your family. God bless you.
Okay. How you need 100.9? Mame Akosia etonam. Akosia.
Mark Jerry.
Ale, you prepare for good Easter, ati.
But Easter.
Ana Easter no be going.
Me pacho Easter no. Minyan shisheye.
Na me no we shisheye.
Say you go kodi.
Na me yes, I wouldn't understand it. Yes, and then we break here. Let's just say, you're quite with Diana, you're the TV, and you're working with this town.
But
I don't pay what to send war booby so boy. You know, Nanny, I throw baby area.
Zao, what do you sorry? I don't know if that's a very so of a guy. Gobi.
Sa anwa ya dia ya me yampo ne mema no
asam no won kan wie
wono akwasi ni pakro pa wa anyanti na wode anwa ya ne ne bre no wode keka nsam ena asumesi pemba Ukwa pa ya wenyanti. Enu oba ne ya asawo ya asawo. Oya asawo kobobi.
Baba eh.
Awo ya nko ana.
Mese baba wonye meso e de agrani a. E de bo me bawa na akwabra bu yem se.
Nipa enyiro na nani ahoden eba fo. Empo emabunu bi ebre ewo anim. Nanso eni yade biara wo no. Mekanfo Optovision Eye Clinic Ediamao. Optovision Eye Clinic provides diagnosis and world-class affordable treatment for all eye diseases, including glaucoma, cataract, any yadia would whoopee. Dear Stronko Krani say, Optovision Eye Clinic, what quality designer space, a hood webe fatal, send me a penny biara. It is a when ya, and answer when you want the abba form, and answer who person who are dear year. Unim baby as a Optovision Eye Clinic.
Call us on 0553 270806 or WhatsApp on 0558 517556. Optovision Eye Clinic.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami and duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear say this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom. Ye be sha fridge nom no se snack. Ye nya hoho anu ne de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. And this way no ti anu a, he se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ne so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Okay. Then.
Ghana Montier. Montier. Ghana Montier. Ghana Montier. Ghana Montier. Ghana Montier.
Okay, I need 100.9. Ma, me fa messages na afia bejafo no. Ya jejoso. Ade agobo. Yo, ya topa. Abdullah Isakra ewa ha. Na ye twen yan people report no so ba beka ho. Mesha Kasante Adifia Masaman. Also, long as the battle has ended, Honorable James Jachikwason has finally been vindicated by the Supreme Court. Every sincere person could clearly see that the case had no merit since the beginning. It was just a political trial by the previous MPP administration to reduce the number of NDC MPs in the 8th Parliament, but thank God that they have now put to shame. Again, those who are saying Honorable Felix Kwachiofosu shouldn't have responded to Team for Joel should spend our years. These same people would have blamed him if he had not responded to the matter to date as government spokesperson. What kind of hypocrisy and double standards is that? The government will not allow anybody to spread falsehood and get away with it. We are still waiting for his so-called evidence. If not, he will be arrested for causing fear and panic. Mesha Kasante. And not the other. Or the Fiamasama. Richard said, yesterday you were asking me whether Nanado's friend Ben Peters is a wanted man in Nigeria. Yet he is a fugitive. He is wanted in Nigeria. And no work room and a woman to meet in Nigeria and Ghana. It is a declare of fugitive over Nigeria. And no say Ghana ha. And woman to mention. I said this is what the residents of Kanda said. President Mahama must deport him to Nigeria immediately to face the law. They said Mr. Peters, under the government of Nanado, he was used by national security, or he was using national security vehicles. He said they lost several complaints but fell on deaf ears. He said upon all the COVID-19 monies he collected from Kotoka International Airport, he is not satisfied. He used his estate as a brothel, a nightclub, and a Richard, who said, okay, can't say for be one me a medical meaning one dance here. I find it very difficult to read because me ma kwai say obi so beka say some kro ya dia fa wo ho. So thank you. And intimate to our messages and so. We say good morning, Mark Jerry. You are the confusion here. All the minority members are now saying Honorable Tim Fojo spoke on behalf of the committee. Now the question is, also, you see the confusion here. All the minority members are now saying Honorable Tim Fojo spoke on behalf of the committee. Now the question is, did he also spoke on behalf of the NDC members of the committee? And did he say the evidence is before the committee? The man clearly stated that he himself has the evidence. So why are they now saying he spoke on behalf of the committee? We are all students of the law. Emmanuel from Tema. Lamtekin Rashid, that if we go City Tema. Osama Jerry, let's all say a big no to the intimidation of members of the minority caucus by state security agencies. What crime has Honorable Reverend Tim Fojo committed? Under the leadership of former President Anado, the so-called MP turned himself to be an undercover journalist who was ranting all this country. And he was not arrested. He was ranting. And he was not arrested. Today, the so-called resetting government has a problem with MP raising a suspicion of something needs to be investigated. If the NDC government wants us to aid them in destroying this country, we will do so. Gary thanks to the youth groups who went to the residence of Honorable Ntifojo. Adam Paul said, former president Nana Akufo-Addo had all the powers but could not stop Galamsey, save our forests and our water bodies. Was Nanado and his government beneficiaries of these evil? Some of ex-president appointees have done evil to the country. President Mahama promised to investigate and prosecute these nation records. What do we see today? We are no more hearing of the aura. What is holding President Mahama back? We want to know if President Mahama is a failure himself and he is also in to destroy Ghana. Are we a member of the aura? Oh, okay. In Tazo Kaswa Obom wrote, Osama Jerry, fans and listeners of NEET FM, good morning to you all. I shall not touch my anointed Reverend Honorable Ntifojo. MPP are ready to embrace and guide him. God is our lawgiver, judgment and salvation. Greetings to Pequays, Passion, and Mavis, our concern. When say comments are domi pele too. JD fix the country, especially cocoa prices. We need increments. Simple. And now they are better hand. And I Baba from Madina said, MPP should always remember yesterday comes before today. When they raided Honorable John Jinapor resident in 2017, did they consider it as intimidation tactics? At the time, MPP was talking about rule of law, and therefore, MPP should allow rule of law to govern us smoothly. We were here, and the security was chasing Honorable Susu, MP, to arrest, for him to be arrested. Did they condemn it? If MP consider the arrest of Reverend Ntifojo as intimidation, if MPP consider the arrest of Reverend Ntifojo as intimidation, or silencing dissenting voices. In future, when they have an opportunity to govern, they should desist from such acts. When it's a McJerry, MPP minority did a good job for standing behind in Team Fojo. Why have we so soon forgotten about what the majority and then minority in parliament did to stand for Jechikoisim, boycotting parliamentary proceedings, going to court, etc. SK Muhammad Dumso, and Odiabe. Wofake New Plan Station. I say God bless the Honorable Reverend Tim Fojo for his good work. Greetings to Adrian Kessier John Boarding, coming chairman of the MPP. Eric Wakubuadi says, should we wait until someone is killed by a National Security Task Force? If Reverend Tim Fojo has done something wrong, why are they not inviting him for questioning? How can we arrest a whistleblower? It's concerning that some politicians seem to receive different treatment. For instance, Honorable Okudio to Ablakwa wasn't attacked when he held the previous government accountable. God save us. Eric Okubuadi. Masawudu said the alarming rate at which this current government is using NIB to silence political opponents is a recipe for chaos in the country. The harassment from the agents of the state that we experience today under the leadership of President Mahama is unprecedented, and the mighty minority cannot be intimidated. They will make sure the right thing is done. Where's a good morning to you, McJerry? MPP should stop that jokes and release the so-called reverend to come and clarify himself, because whatever happens, he will be arrested. Povitete, or the Free South Africa. Alasa says, he said, good morning to everyone. In fact, Galamsey is daily canker, where doesn't know any party colors, where doesn't know any individual setting in the society, and which, if not tackled very well, is going to kill us. I trust JDM can fight it and fight it well, but I'll be very disappointed if the government repatriates the Chinese Galamseyers that have been arrested, and the government should prosecute them. Alas, as I say, that's it. Where's McJerry, please let Mustafa understand that Ghana is not for him and the NDC. So he should stop ranting on radio and follow the law rather than the useless intimidation. Mano Kwakuyaman, but some Mustafa was clear. Okay, I said the course on the papa. They should follow the due process. Where's McJerry, where the man have been sacked? Where is the man who was sacked from the airport? Uncle Bomental question, I say. Where say those who went there with the mask are MPP people? Where say good morning, Jerry? Congratulations to James. James Jadikoisen for winning his case at the court. Now they can give him his deputy minister. Ericus. When say McJerry, Mustafa Bande criticizing the rebel intended arrest of Reverend Tim Fojo is hypocritical because he openly called for the arrest of the former deputy minister and also the minority leader, Fenno Markin. On Joy News on Monday, please, repeatedly shown on Good Evening Ghana on the Metro TV. Same was Sami Jenfi on News File and Erika J on Ecosis saying the national security are mostly party boys from the James and streets. It's a shame compared to the LRPD and the FBI, who does serious criminal investigations in other jurisdictions. So no lampas, no. I say Mustafa Kasampuno never be condemned. Abonabaso kakre. Abdullah Sakrama, I to say. So what do you say? I'm not the officer. Oh
my God, and I probably won't. Who you be? I'm person me try to basso so that me bona basso.
Cause I go microphone.
And me man at you because you be an appointment.
Yeah.
Or fair lawyer be. And a lawyer no can be. Or say the words of Felicio Kwachi. Or yeah, and say we can't tolerate the nonsense or you use the word nonsense. One train adrian maso. It is a me bahana me use nonsense. Emma ni statements now. Me pacho don't edit it because I heard it clearly. Or use the word nonsense. And I'll say or no ho in the next 4 years no or bet na your console. And I want you to be clear on that.
What's it Sana Kwame Adobo?
Oh yes.
Also bet na more this.
Yes. If we finish, so that next week I will deal with it. No, let me say. So like maybe for now, no member opportunity now. We'll go back at here. So I will edit it and send it to you. Now maybe next week now me need be delay because I feel say your friend and a will say on betchen na drink because wako school and onim de. So I was not even surprised say on one case no onim class be na securities no whether they have arrest whether they have power to arrest or not. I think say you should go back and learn it very well before coming on air to show something because some of us we believe say a fraud say we are professional now you shouldn't take stand say your political stand no only beba and apart your fraud so your MPP lawyer and you no can because we need education. We are young. We want to learn. And NDC and MPP SM, but we are we wake up 5 a.m. whether we are on air or not to listen to Marjorie because we trust Marjorie to give us the best interview and best scrutiny of everything. Until believe in this station. Until some of us know me Thursday me friend Niagro and you may be now from Monday to Friday. Marjorie, sometimes no. Even I text. Exactly, I listen every single day. Until I person educate you, but all my emotions no, only emotions no free home. Or the emotions no buy. Yes, the emotions. Oh yes, yes, I the emotions, baba. Until emotion share. So what the baba?
But I said the Mustafa also can the same thing. I don't know the one referred to.
No, who's Mustafa? There no.
Mustafa can say be a woman.
And now text message now, but be actually is here. Okay, useless. Okay. Right now, just last one. Okay, useless. Okay, I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just trying to say Mustafa or NDC.
And I'm so also you same way.
And I'm saying Mustafa or NDC. Many problem. A offense offer a offense honorable. Or MPP ni. But on no now friend or professional. Or Jen Fin. Our Baba Chaya dear. Inti Omo show matter idea no. Only through her. Now you say yes or professional, but on your professional there, which will not be professional on him. Your patron, yes, you are there. Me watch you. We have a call.
It's not Sikabiaba.
Oh, say, oh, Skadiaba. Ghana, I do. Oh, baby, I do. Offer baby, Ghana, Sky do. Ghana, Sika, me say, I'm off on your GD or Ghana. What's that? Oh, me buy me who is Kawahada. No, seven Skawaha. Me who be that.
Wait,
me say, me buy me who is Kawahada. Oh, now we are Papa. Wait, the day. Me hope Skawahada. Skawagana, Skawagana.
And I didn't go for. Said away, yes, said away.
Marjorie.
Can't you say?
I'm a crop.
Why for opposition?
Minia, be my dear. I'm say. It is issue of him.
Oh, see.
Normal, sir. Obey your hair. Marjorie, I mean, that's any another opportunity. I mean, Chamina Bema. I don't permit to use what hit. But, okay, who is a moment at the moment? Almost promise a change. A change, you know, promise, you know, is to better the lot of Ghanaians. Inti anka nyeme bia e course so abanda na penswa na enyeno na efi se omoba no omba be sa no but ohwa ade bi om promise e bia omadan no
ochia won ka se
ochia enchia no so mo ka che se mama ye first year university for free fees so na U10 aba omuntimi maye
na say we muntimi maye
that promise a reliable electricity supply and the U10
Maje enchani o
Maje me bwana omu ka che somebody import duty so but a special import duty omu extending by 3 years
enchia
Maje we are importer unim dia making ubedi madanse here anka o yejina court anka o am principal witness to whatever account I'm giving And I'm again who the way experience be.
Nanka me be we be acho.
And then no be na Ghana for obo promise here. Me da say. And no tell you principal witness in my account. Omo ka tell say COVID-19 levy aye na nye. Omo ye free.
Omo so omo ye consultation.
There be that time na consultation na no. Omo to position na bibia occupy omo age omo ntia nya consultation.
Oh, let me say something there in China me tia o.
And I'm Jeremy boy. Omo ka tell say omo my 24-hour economy. They employ nipa bebre. And the U10. Omo saka man for more than even 4 years ago omo enemy. Nkofo mo apam mo free adwuma mo no. E does say nkofo mbetian for omo within their 4 years. And mama momo de ni enim say sia na beko, but it is too early say wada no ho adi a kire Ghana fo nyina.
Okay.
E gidi say emrepa de enim nti. Ghana fo nko so anum so ntwen ope. Dr. Mahmoud Baomi abesan aba biem. Na nyima pa o promise here say bo my electricity aba fam no. Through solar energy, ye be experience sa promise na o de amba ye no.
Medan say high need 100.9. Sakra. Mama sha say fem free so. Honorable Reverend in Team Fojo. And them rantia eko ni fie party for a mkobo ni chidoma omo e prevent omo some de nebeko because omo susu say omo ava due process any dia ba betodwa insemi any sequentially said dia ya faso so saying na hunefa
yeah Magari me fa of you so I share with you for any crow for you now and yeah, it has been a while free radio and TV because I was not me home for me until my friend me no more chairman me don't say you know I really appreciate it because and yeah you say obe go through all this now obe nyanko for ombe frel now bisa wase so thanks so much Magari me I don't understand assembly aba me before say beka yeah, man paying John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, on 1st April, or the Assembly to Jana Mekan, or say, my attention has been drawn to allegations made at a press conference by a honorable member of parliament, Reverend John Intim Fojo, regarding 2 suspicious flights arriving at Kotoka International Airport, suspected to be involved in drug trafficking and money laundering. Government takes all allegations seriously, and to ensure a thorough and transparent investigation, I have directed all relevant investigative agencies, including Narcotics Control Commission, NACOC, the Police CID, the National Investigation Bureau, NIB, and the National Security Coordinator to immediately and fully collaborate with the Honorable Member of Parliament so he provide all necessary information to investigate the allegation and take all action necessary to expose any drug dealing. We will maintain zero tolerance for using Ghana as a transit or final destination for drug or drug trafficking. The NIB made a high-profile bust of drug last week with a street value of $350 million. Let's build Ghana together. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Eddie, tweet way about out, showing say the honorable member kind very serious and in look say you find trust and since 1st April we are waiting and you say honorable member na o Ghana do ewonumu na o pese Ghana kanko krabehwa enye afi na obi beba ho abe inviting say on assist with investigation una will say you have evidence for evidence no bra o se men fama. Until how so man, why did you open your mouth? Obio are not trust information on my informations dealing with it. And which means we need BB efa and our BB womb. So we need to deal with it. And me and a power NIB funny national security for an call operation no fan. I don't get it. I think we should deal with people like this because they are not doing the right thing. Want me call me fear? I'm out shed them now. Want me in pay? And then why are you there? Look, we have to be serious. Yeah, and Cheng, Emma, or known to now almost say saying almighty minority 88. Which almighty minority? Who says they are mighty? Which mighty are they? They are not above the law. I repeat. they are not above the law. No one is above the law. Emrani wudi a eni wudi ye chewa ye chew ye nsuro bia Ghana ha ena nya MPP for no ena omekere de emba me Ghana ana ye bebebu de we bebubu ye country Ghana for amaye opportunity say next 4 years no ye making sure say ye bu Ghana ni ye bu Ghana ye ena ye besa akwa akonta ma Ghana for enti everything else ye hia a ye bebu akonta no yes ye hia na bu akonta no obia nche obia ena nya minority 88 no and on Baba chair, no, we will not tolerate it. And I repeat, we will not tolerate it. Obie ni wa chair, Emrano, Reverend Fojo, or say or information or evidence of drug trafficking and money laundering, he should make himself available for us to know. He should make himself available.
One making himself.
My Jerry.
Yes.
And you kwase or train. No, it's not how. On one walking in
no assistant. Mono NDC for no. Mokasa nina no kwa said your man penning kan no. Moon followed your man penning kan.
You follow what?
Issue direct.
Yes, and I'm a kind of
yes.
Exactly.
Or say the institutions should collaborate
exactly
with
yes with him.
Good.
And they are doing that. They are doing that.
Have they done that?
Yes, they are doing that. I'm being honest with you.
They are doing.
See, maybe, Michael, do you know say and now I'm in Okasano. My event is a Speaker of Parliament. Anya letter that they want him to collaborate.
Mebacho, that is correct.
No,
because Felix Ofusu
yes. Me pacho, mene kasa.
Yes.
Anya mene Felix. And anya mene kasa. And I say, do you know for sure? Say, Bagman, which is the speaker, and your letter say we want to assist. We want Honorable Fojo to assist us in this investigation. Do you know for sure? Say it has been done.
I heard it from Felix Ofusu.
Exactly. So it has been done. The American say.
Then why Enra?
So, and I'm say, Honorable no, Otina Parliament or Kasai no, different. Wasa called Good Evening Ghana. A presentation of what he's saying.
Does it warrant arrest?
Yes.
How?
It now my girl Obiche Obi Ghana.
No, me say how?
No, me say even me. I'm part of the people who think say omo shemra no, omo ntimi shemra protect omo. Even me, I'm in that view. Say MPs should not be protected. Yes, I am of the view that it is not right. They shouldn't. Omo nyani pa and I said, me by I give me call of first papa could be actually let a man patch on me on bano. Now the beach will be Ghana. Yeah, to a bano, no be a to one a channel young. And nothing I say, Ghana ha ye here reset. We need reset. Really, we need reset. Because I'm not maintains here. Why should someone hide behind one or do one no aka? You have evidence. Okay, Good Evening Ghana. Echo show presentation of enemy. Then me say, Majari. Mishani interview with Good Evening Ghana. Emma or say flight no if we have na free her and more or a share video now on no channel. He was silent because what happened on the 25th no Osha flight report now exactly what Felix said was what was there.
But Felix admitted yes there were some discrepancies. Felix admitted in an interview. I will play.
And say flight no.
Yeah.
Say offer free on the 16th and to the 25th. That is what we're talking about. But from the 24th to the 25th, whatever Felix said was 100% right. 100%. But if you start from the 16th, then any whole Sudan Felix been 1 hour, 2 hours. I can say on the 16th, if we have, on the 17th, if we have, on the 18th, if we have. It was a 7-minute video. And in that 7-minute video, you don't want him to use a 3 hours, which on Onya opportunity, or Good Evening Ghana, Echo you see almost 1 hour to talk about it. No. Me say, the say, one, and yeah MPP4 and the minority no. And no on I say, Omo Mbaba Beche, a quiet for Subu Ghana. Yehundi in 8 years. We saw what happened. I'm not for a church from Kochomo church. What are they talking about? I didn't mean more than us. We are focused on repairing the mess that they have done. Yeah, focus say Ghana economy now ajijano. You per se you making sure say back to to the health. But no interest say omo no use some tactics which say intimidation. But what should we do? We shouldn't intimidate you. The crimes that you have committed, we shouldn't intimidate you. A foul language that you are using. Me say, Majari, I went to China. Me drew how many Nigeria for me now on the same flight. Any Beijing. So I have to go to Niyin. From Niyin, and I'm about back to Guangzhou. Now, Beijing airport, no. Majari, I spent over 2 hours just because I'm coming from Ghana. They have to search me and search me and search me. Hey, now me say Chinese, a German, Majari, come as a bonnet, come as a bonnet. I said, Mako, we had here, any interrogating me, but I was nothing. But because, and she said, when we allow a whole member of parliament, you shoot this thing, like I saw a whistleblower and protecting for what? What's the evidence? What evidence are Fabre? Oh, can trust near to the near Janet Tra, no one's so good. Ghana, no one say trust. No, we will not allow that thing to happen. They should understand that there is a new government, they are in opposition. They shouldn't tell us what to do, and we are not ready to be intimidated by their intimidation yeah, we will follow due process. The BIA will follow due. What is Mr. Mustafa Eka said? He is not happy with national security, and I say, NIB for Mokwa Omasha Max na Masa. Untimi Suma MPP ni Nkochi MPP ni. It's a time as Rich say, yanye shake up. Oh yes, they should shake up the system. Untimi Suma MPP ni Nkochi MPP ni. Me say, untimi Suma MPP ni Nkochi MPP ni. And now whole security agency. Yasuma, akọ nipa kon share them. No one sakọ ase mantimi anche no. How? Me say untimi Suma MPP ni Nkochi MPP ni. Simple as that. I'm still confused. Oh yes.
You are still confusing me.
Me say, you paying for
security agencies no mako.
Me say, untimi Suma MPP ni Nkochi MPP ni. And one no. You paying for should shake up. They should shake the system up. And easy. So cleaning the rot, any resetting Ghana, it means a lot. They should shake it. Because I'm being honest, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Oba everything that he has done. You say, the whole president, you should, yes. Then okay, I say they should collaborate. Magari, Osha president, right ups no here now. All the agencies or machine they should please coordinate with Reverend Intim Fojo. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I believe in one thing, Master. So, as a Reverend Intim Fojo kind and woman, then steps must be taken. What I say, because and yet Bibiakwa, I know I want to compare or not to Okujoto Diano. This is Okujoto Asama kind, and I said the investigation or started or they back out in now. There was none like this. Or the evidence and document about out. Go to his page. Every single allegation. His Excellency Okujoto is a foreign affairs minister. The information be or the about or the information and research evidence at all. Go to Reverend Team for Joe's page or anywhere and see which evidence he has brought on board. No evidence. Not with lawyer be about out there. I'll tell my client to go and say no talk. Let's go to court. Court that will be slow. Go to court. You have court 8 years old. You have been at the court 8 years. Journalists are page almost studio. I call 8 years. That any chrome and they are bigger or the nipa chain. Look, we are serious as a nation. We are working towards to revamp every single sector. The truth is one. You be picking it up on chain. So no beba amaya ye ejumana ye be ye ejumano. We don't have a problem. But on timin kase on ko na me who say Mustafa any friend say omo communication anyagba and your friend saying youth organizer
Nana B
omo church who's my girl her so we and number free a friend saying the freezer no more and I ice no that's who more into na o imagine and say o that's who freezer no So they still think they are still in that place. 8 years no, no one 32 years. No one some young camp. Jerry, I believe in one thing. We are for joy is not above the law. And Mrakwamuno Yatro, I'm a speaker. Say yeah, invite you. Speaker Ejanumaya will deal with him, but make SNP. The information is all he will cough it out. Say yeah, no cry, he will be dealt with. And no cry, no so whoever perpetrates that crime, no so you need to be the we can't say or someone can no cry. You should bring evidence. That's the only thing we need him to bring. So I guess I'll be no class and no, we will not allow that thing to happen. We are in a new dispensation and we are ready to deal with every single person. We don't care who you are. Whoever you are, we don't care. In Sobia, and I'll be near Bema and Chelby. I say, I'll be entering your Biashi. They should come and arrest him and let's see. Mr. Majari, yeah, quite arrest. Wow, come on, resist arrest the Bia, but you are home. Oh, yeah, Bema or Mupa, Nana don't cry, Bijina ho, and cast on penny, a vetinaka.
Oh, but that is where a due process.
Oh, yes, Azali. That's actually make us home. The system no home. Say one shiny year, no one shaky system, no one ye cophobia and free more home. The system will hand you yourself. And they cast on to me, small people, new coach and people, and ye. And then what is so big about say, you're a speaker. I'm Majari, Mintias here. In paying for no speaker. What is so big? Say, and Trump speaker, and follow due processes. What is big? There's nothing big like that. But I believe in my government. And I believe in the NDC government. And I believe in John Dramani Mahama. Say, Obama Pepe, yeah, intimidative. Yeah, no, be a NDC ni MPP ni, business, ebekoso. We NDC ni MPP ni a, ojuma bekoso, ubetina ye, yen tata obia, yen yoba obia odina no, ebe man a car, yen fan cheno, because yen ultimately traho nkase Ghana ye, and first a cocaine hub, not the I'm saying nah, just for you to play politics around it. No, we will not allow that. I'm for our Ghana ha, omo free, omo assembly no at omo. Obianko mu ho unye hwea amafo ne nam ho ebi before bebre me bra oti hey obianko no ho onye he ye fe ko jo pokuma kasa na pawe magye what is obianko ne fie magye what is obianko ne fie Richard ahiagba what is obianko ne fie baumia what is obianko ne fie nanado what is obianko ne fie obiantata obiaba won na wo ka say asem say esi ne ye say branebe assist ya wo say me nko na parliamentary committee yefes eyi na o ye na o enhojuma na yefes good evening Ghana studio no parliamentary work on your parliamentary we will deal with you if you want us to deal with you, simple as that. Obian Srobia and Obian Chobia yehundia course 8 years and obi lawyer no say oh no say yeah we na free her chief justice there no yeah we na free her. Next, I buy a Sabano, also be one in him. At 8 years now, on Tigana, who dear course. A repetition. Hey, Lotto, yes, I told. What you are twice, on you said 1992. I sent with number 4 and a boy. On the 7th, number 8, the boy. And he Lotto choose number 8, number 4, but I told. A repetition. We don't have a problem with it. Me say, so we all understand that a gun and yes. So we all understand, say, we are doing politics to better Ghana. But I believe in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, say, Pepeyo, and yeah, witch hunting beer, yeah, fam rano and share and sa, yeah, be any time. And Obi say, your Ponkumaka, SMBC, say, the governance, Mope say, yeah, can't assembly, but what told you say, and I saw the kind baby out. Yeah, Joe, we are seriously working. Majari, me bra every night, the Numua Savannah, and again, the Majari, this is our contract with the people of Ghana. Majari, this is it.
Yeah.
And then.
First 120 days.
Simple. That is what, Majari, I want us to sit here and discuss about. One, you see, we will nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in my first 90 days. Establish a robust code of conduct and standard for all government officials. hold a national economic dialogue. Yeah. Within my first 90 days in office, I will start following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business. E-levy, yes, scrabble. COVID-19, yes, see, by the end of this year, we'll do it. 10% levy on bet winnings. Yeah. Emission levy. Yeah. 6. Within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Me brati ha. You should go and check.
Okay.
I said yes, yeah.
All right.
Commence drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president, which we are doing in 120 days. You do 120 days, until they should relax for us. Establish an accelerated export development council (AEDC) to promote exports as part of a broader strategy economic transformation. We are doing it. Though these are the things that I can. Only number 10, I'll say implement the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions within 120 days. Maybe I have and I do 120 days. In that 8 years. Your contract, your book no lie. Omunko suade no omunko kan, omummi omani no omufio maso. Ghana and your one. Ubia gidi tum say ye buy 11 yes ye be twem ye twem. COVID-19 yes ye be ye. Betting tax yes ye be ye. So we have said we'll do it and we are doing it. We have a contract with Ghanaians for 120 days. And you do 120 days here. Into more how they say, and I won't say maybe we are not yet 220 days. We have signed a contract 120 days. And so what me do okay? Me see me 120 days. 88 days. Oh, I have a German so say me Jimmy Sika. Add money need to more dimben out.
Okay, but that's it. Yanko nimna set of
Mark Jerry.
Yes, sir.
Medasene sa akonye. Amincha atifo ina ne the opportunity to always listen to our views on some of these issues. Mamisha sena menka se yachichira omai. Yanchichira manyoko. Becha manyoko kra edinka yachichira omai na ansana. Yachichira amanyoko. And Ghana is a democratic country. And therefore, we practice equality before the law. And we ensure that there is freedom of speech with responsibility, of course. And as citizens of this country, depending on your position or your location when it comes to the arms of government now, you have a specific duty to undertake. More especially when you are a member of parliament. Yana enkofobi ntiase de ntia sometimes we call parliament na say over a period of time. Untimi kasa maneman for entering kana amount for a bonus jetri. It is for a reason. You see, when you look at the etymology of the word parlementa, it is a French word. I mean, when you look at the origin of the word parlementa, it comes from the French word parler. And parler simply means to speak. And so one of the core duties of a parliamentarian is to speak for his people. And once you are representing a constituency, it is presumed that you are representing the whole country. Because it is a combination of all sectors of our society and you make it up one constituency. And in Abakono, so we share the demography of a constituency, you could see different ethnic backgrounds are yet. And when this member of parliament performing a legitimate responsibility as a parliamentarian, representing a huge number of people, trying to let them know what is happening within the country. You cannot, by any stretch of your imagination, begrudge him for performing his legitimate duty as a parliamentarian. So that is the first point I want my brother here to understand. That the member of parliament for Asin South, Honorable John Intim has done nothing wrong. But of course, he's performing his rightful duty as a parliamentarian, representing his people in his constituency. See, when you come to the substantive issue in Tia and this for someone here, it has 3 legs. Bakone said in his press conference, he made it clear say, the authorities in charge of our security, especially in our ports, should be able to investigate 3 things. Bakone said, so about a few weeks ago, national security, a raid bill was happening, Miami constituency. Emu say they found a container containing huge sums of dollars and cedis, and in addition to it, was gold bars. A suspected say Alaji bin a day akogu fee. But Jerry, it is allegation and as information over years. I say over centuries, company and thing. Unless say say within that period till now, what is the outcome of that raid now? Moko yewo Sapema within the Gam West municipality. There is nothing so much evidential as to who is behind it and what has been done with those confiscated or intercepted items. And the MP had to alert the security agency say, Muntimi ko raid. Our bra Mumfa the outcome of your investigation and fameto oman for him. Because after all, obi nyo bi na catch him say munko sa soup no na mumfa sa information emetuja. That was the first point. Second, there was this confiscation or the interception of cocaine in Cape Coast. Say national security for alcohol intercepted a huge number of cocaine parcels amounting to about $350,000. In their investigation, also na or say one for whom the outcome of Nipa or Shesa Adnechi. Because untimi enfa Ghana emaye the transit point for cocaine. Especially when you've made it public. Say ante hon there, no problem. But when my mom what to say makwako intercepted cocaine Cape Coast, amounting to not just a mere kakrebi or obi person or the NRDO, but in huge sums of $350,000. Now there ain't memu na buying from a tuja say or my interception. But at the end of the day, yente honshe. If you say oh my muna emrebi echemu cocaine ebefa Ghana severally. Ebetiaka MV Benjamin dia ebetwemu na COP Kofi Boache involved. Ebetiaka the just recent one during President Mahama time here ana mamia efeno magjobetia bom ni dia abayo fefefe kokoya na ye bon di tare cocaine hu na yele ametefe
ona meka de bia meka na semse me
what you say
me a victim ewo history
what you say so because of some of these things analysis in now it was so expedient say so honorable no a suspect say emed e de omo bus and I say omo air force abesi Ghana ha na say the route was that omo free Gran Canaria mo ko Europe na so man ko Europe no obegina country move for a number of days and then back to Gran Canaria. Yes, suspect say omo deeply involved in drug issues then it begs the question say also bind the emu ehwemu edebetuja na ade na me deba akone say President Mahama it is information na no or that the security agencies are responsible say investigate. All that we needed to do was to set up a committee to be able to do it because even speaker set up some useless committees are me in my opinion now can you say did taxpayers seeker ede funded. Let me my example which say the alleged plot to remove the IGP then Dampare set up committee the taxpayers seeker funded live telecast of the activities. Now Jerry ebesine what is the outcome of that committee investigation almost set up by Speaker Bagwin. Ebesine what's the outcome of it? I saw that committee to be doing a useless work because na minimum say at the end of the day, omo fa findings na metuja. Okay, Muntaka allegation say during the vetting of certain ministers under the previous regime, omo go to bribe the vetting committee. And also speaker set up committee to investigate. Till date, yentiminya any outcome of it. And on Kodanchen, there were several committees. He said, and right here, speaker set up 7-member committee to investigate the chaos I see with parliament. Meanwhile, there is we needed not to set up any investigative body to find out what happened because it was a live telecaster. In some form, I excuse my language. And someone else was a committee ni mubiane yenituya. Ni yenituya say adia na ekoso nenye because as a committee member, especially when you are a ranking member of the vetting committee and as an appointment committee, you have unfettered access to the number of questions be our person obitimi bisa. Now so ankobanisa now because of some intimidation from their supporters in chairman of the appointment committee, Mr. Ahiafo, and our honorable Ahiafo, etna okache the ranking member on the committee say, "Oh, mani misa certain questions bia." I was say obisa and I said the number of questions are or no feel say obisa because under the previous regime, the number of questions are now the ranking member on the committee. Etibisa Haruna Idrisu, he had unfettered access to nominees to ask any number of questions bia na or person obisa, but this time then all in the name of 88 against 187 or 184. And until they believe say the more the ranking member on the committee asks questions which are very relevant to the integrity and the credibility of the nominees, it may affect the government. They had to stampede the process. Are we in a banana republic? Within this period, and this is for person, Omomagana for say they are the people in the helm of affairs. One enemy say, "Ya to Obama say, "Move govern this country." You see, Oko Order 115 of Parliament are a guide on more procedures in Parliament. Actually, say the members of Parliament, they have immunity from certain acts in the performance of their duties as parliamentarians. Same as Order 116. Actually, the procedure, a faso, invite member of Parliament. Same procedure, suspected say why Bonnie be now said in the family. Yen treaty omo ordinarily, they said ye mubi omu treaty no. All because say obi co-representing a man for Parliament. Now, in the course of performing a duty, ye de no ebeye ekwan ebe faso e de ache no na ye de atrankating legitimate or a lawful duty as a parliamentarian. What will become of the work of a parliamentarian in the Parliament House? You need several examples of when Jachi Kwesin, that man also facing the law court. Speaker had to receive the court invitation or the security's invitation to investigate in the act, and therefore he was called to the speaker's conference room to be able to be interrogated by the security agencies are now responsible for these investigations. Infantu hunti ana sabe papa bi nevre anho enunti yewo president ewo ho se so opesa invited a member of parliament e kwan we ni na wo se wode ne efa so, but show of power and show of exuberance nti yase chinchina yenko John in team for the nifie na yenko kwachino in a Rambo style. Magari, so we share the appearance of the personnel Samuko Drew Horma. They were mere criminals who attempted to raid his house. Me, I would describe them as criminals who wanted to cause harm to the MP. In the sense that Obi, I would say, Ufri national security, Ekwakoye investigation, Akwachi an MP, yes, or an ordinary person whose identity cannot be ascertained. And this is who you sue force at the Kwacheno. Now it's a mask. A big crash in Nika. Sure, Yabi. And Omudijina, Papa Nifi Hormo, Akata Omonim, as if said they were, what do you call it? Vagabonds, Bia, Omkwakwa attack individuals who are not known in the country. You see, yet your mind more the rule of law at the ejuma. Due process must be followed. And possible be at the bonnet. Na so pesa okoko china. Yes say sabi obi fuma na so kuma yamfum mfanwa. Enu nti se obi afum na say in your opinion or so chino na wouldn't the farmer kwan so fa the low down procedure no so na fa koche the member of parliament na your investigation. But this Rambo style of arresting individuals there, my Jerry, you intimi so e man nkoso in order to let our people down. I know they intimi entrauma ensisa. And I say omoche MPP for nyina because say had not taken the timely intervention of our general secretary, letting us say BBC na was say ye nyina ye take it to the house of our MP. Nanka ye beti say omachi ye MP or no or immunity. Na Magjerry sabe ono kura wo immunity na edwi weti atwiti ni say ya se yetena ho ye de sa efa sa akwa sa ekwan we so a ennam emra kwan so a yenya ya ka wachire na de na ebesi I said the okwo okun na won leader no ye twaniti ma mu de achire de na ebesi let's more than kugo on the onset. So we are not going to allow this so-called national security for NDC for Metro Boys omu hooligans here omu training omu to cause mayhem in our polling station during the elections, you know, and cause damage to lives and properties in this country. And until say omu percent investigation the cause they are the legitimate bodies now they are mandated under our laws, you know. They should allow them to do their lawful duties. So they better get to the bottom of the matter. Because I have asked this question severally. On my na John Mahama president, it is his duty to protect and ensure safety of all citizens. Now, say Air Force Company, abe lande omu plane away country mu. Na say a citizen, a suspect say plane ni mu no, there is an act of drug dealings and money laundering what damning consequences on the image of the country. Nasa wallet security agency say omo investigate here. Adena officials of this government any engine. Nemum the officials now ye taxpayers sika eti omo kano. Omo have taken to the defense of the company now. Their acts and deeds are inimical to the image of this country. You see, if you're not hiding anything, there is nothing you should fear. Because I believe, say, the Reverend John in Team Fojo, it is to protect the image and the sanctity of this country. And it is why all who buy from this name calling say Ghana bedani cocaine hub and I say cocaine coast no. Also would defend it, sa company now. Or more act and deeds, our damning consequences on the image of the country there. Then I don't know why you are being paid to manage the affairs of this country. Because there is nothing to fear if the airmaid is found say omo delay in cocaine now if say uni and sebia woman. You should be happy simple ebeche omo officials now we are responsible for that drugs on the plane. Because our company, na se wafa PRO, na se PRO no defended the acts of Obia Obaba cause harm to your company. I don't know why you should be there as the PRO for the company. You should rather be happy for a whistleblower to alert you say Obia Obaba company ni mu no or cause damage to the company and as or cause harm to the image of the company. But this is not what we are seeing. Government officials are now defending the airmaid company now. Omo act and this our repercussions negatively on this country. And that is where I am so much in confusion as to why Abanwe Mum ebe defending the company at the expense of the state. I think they should rather be happy say Reverend John in Team Fojo Mum letter say Nimaboni be koso being perpetrated by the company against the state. Because this is a national security issue. And in the affairs of any individual and any state, your first need is your security needs. And sana de twaso ebeba. And until our acts and deeds should be seen as a guiding principle to the sanctity and the safety of our state. Let's not meddle ourselves in these issues a bit dented the credibility and the image of Ghana, because the Ghana we want to know, and yet Ghana a be expected say Debiana ye make allegations say obi the cocaine about omanim. That is not what we want as a state. You see, when we look at the Whistleblowers Act, Act 12, Section 720, even a whistleblower has some protection under that act. Say obimpo alete or mine say bibi bone koswa, that person should be protected. What are we doing to our laws in this country? Ya certain mra de to say yemfa emo omane ho bra say enkoye maye dia na yato emra na twene na ye use Machiavellian tactics and this communist inferior tactics to arrest people. You see, I want to say kudos to our minority MPs on finding on the premises of the MPs residence, because Seka had not taken their timely interventions. Magderi, me know and can betin that sorry at say Reverend Tim for your crowd referee Ghana, because even the identity of the National Security Forum was not given. At a point when they were asked of their ID card, they were telling us their person at the premises of the MP, no, and a year or more permit or mukra. How ridiculous can you make this proposition to any sound mind to understand you? Forgetting say those there were lawyers and they knew the law. These individuals now set up your laws. They enact our laws in parliament to guide our acts and activities in the country. And you think say obia or mrano oni mrano. Now go jan catch say who ni pedua na original hono and the court order say an answer or arrest warrant a crowd. President Mahama Ntia says enye ku and the didn't be man penny. You call abato and Ghana for say, oh, President Mahama, Sambe dear so na guide. Nani ma boni AFC say enko yeno, beye na beye ni yi. Na de oba beye ni yi mpono. Ena oso mpafin. The oba beye ni yi mpo, Magderi, ena oso mpafin. President Mahama should know say the term where our serving a legacy period. That term where our serving a legacy period. And yet period also the yes act we cry. Sabring we also set it up friends a legacy sir. So ni why they be cannot. Said the President Kofoni why a timid NHIS ebony dino. Said the President Kofoni one my a timid youth employment ebony dino. Said the only why timid Metro Mass edibony dino. He said the President Kufuor and the only why Timmy were free SHS. A timbo one day so one factory. President Mahama only one my dear neighbor Kano. The other can even say ne pencil or such a plan say obey Chief Justice at the free home. Ne pencil or receive a lot of frivolous petitions are any identity and then traceable owners of those petitions are why not so obey the electoral commission boss every home. The legacy or living a business within 1 month, no, but we are dismissing over about 24,000 individuals in our public service, if not more or less. And until Sabre should be legacy, sir, only 1 month, a bit near the abata nidi. Onjai sa Niamaya washa sia oyeno, because you see, as a statesman, no, you flow statement keke. A uniema obeye in a way to identify as a statement. To Magderi, Kakra Meka Edia Fasa issue.
All right. Higher need 100.9. It's Beko Sakra, may find messages way till amount for Ashra Abba. When you say good morning to Magderi, what you live from Germany? Mark, where is Nanabi when some judge was beaten and talking what? Cocaine and BP. At times, I don't understand why a whole country will send a security agencies to arrest a single person and couldn't arrest him. Is it not causing financial loss? I'm watching Andy Free. Germany. Jago said different sound. Also, please to our cocoa farmers who are bitterly complaining that the government didn't increase the price of cocoa as he promised during his campaign all should all bear in mind that this is the government that they all voted for. Kufuor's administration did better things for cocoa farmers in this country by increasing the prices of cocoa back for them. But yet, they voted against him, so they should stop complaining and enjoy the resetting. When say in case, if President Mahama is not been on his job, he should sit up and take good look. Example of President Trump's economic house cleanup exercise. Countries are putting their housekeeping in order to enable them to withstand the global revolutionary trade war. Such measures are not in place. Instead, President Mahama is watching his men intimidating and harassing people. When you say, Mr. Jerry, if Reverend Tim Fordwell refused to substantiate his wild allegations, the NIB and the National Security Operatives would have no option but to arrest him. He's not a Ghanaian than any other person. And if you think he can continue to spill out lies without evidence under the blanket assurance of parliamentary privileges and immunities, just a matter of time. We are in this country when the whole certain NDCMP was brutally assaulted. Daniel Nana Kwame. Mukaila Jonas said, it appears that the NDC and John Mahama doesn't cherish the 4-year mandate given to them because all they know is to be harassing the opposition with a needless arrest. In fact, next time that we see anyone in mask trying to cause arrest, we, the MPP, will treat the person or those persons as armed robbers and they will be dealt with mercilessly. Mask no much go in there. Okay, Sakra. Kokwe kwa for sama to go home.
Oh, number 2. You buy enche. We see.
I'm buying chance and I'm more than
my Jerry me bo, ya butre man Jerry. Ye fence a budget about one thing. I feel that ye jumo. Yendi even 120 days mpo yendi. Now we campaign magic within 1 day, Mark Jerry. Now me brano before so be we no me pacho Ghana for the Ekai El Nanado. National Cathedral. The Ekai El Nanado. E-Levy. The Ekai El Nanado who say ye paying for my pension. Almost see Nanado this album. And then the Ekai El Nanado who say no ombu if as a chiefs. I have no more. No dio matem basa and ni ebe kaino nanado de ebe kaino ewo mu no family and friends nanado de ebe kaino ewo mu no nti nanado kai kura de Ghana for empese ebe kaino mpo ya adwumu say ye wo manpanyin bi obedi ade te se Nebukadnezar ni ye Ghana for empese ebe kaino mpo nti me bra no morning be as ye refia na 80 days ago nanado no the president o ye yawa ode form as Ghanaians. A car my business is a boy. You be kind a dollar rate or the cost 17 cities. And no in Kaya, you want nanado. Into me branya butre. Yenche. The sea nearby. After the Ghana for my aquaba. Aquaba mumpono. Ya mom E-Levy ye chum. Betting tax ye chum. E mo aquaba no. Nye deba. Ya won yema bebre di ma Ghana for omunya butre. After ye shisha ye jumano. We are in our early say 15 minutes cram mile and our 90 minutes here but 15 minutes miles you go mile can't go no beba first half of mile we are just in the early stage yet Ghana for GDA or NDC mu and NDC will deliver it's me brand nyabotre Majeri kokwa for no yen and ye car sem say Cote d'Ivoire sika omu tue kwa for no eso inti Ghana ni nso on twen ye be ma no esi tutu esika asem yi ye betu Ghana ni bia kai asem e ka chi omu bia no ye bedi so nti Ghana for the yensuro omu nti me brand na omu kasa na omu set the omu agendas omu beso omu set we don't care about those agendas. The agenda that we care is a social contract that we have with Ghanaians and it say Ghana for bedi dollar enkosoro niema bo nkosoro ma je so kasa na me di niema ba ha the prices of goods were so high. And no ne ye ka say me de beba ama be check the difference between MPP and NDC. Ye wotima ema Ghana for abaya wo ba ya ilevi wo ha so Jeffrey Ghana for botomu sa aban ne se da bi Ghana for mu fa se sika na mu ndi maje ene enu Barcelona win 4-0 obi twa bet odi 100,000 na Canado gene 10,000 Ghana cedis 100 million na Ronaldo gene Joma ma se on fa sa sika no oni de oli maje oni de oli sika no ye oko Ashama market boys no more street na omo sestra de no and odi 10,000 Ghana na Ronaldo je fini nsem no odi to party mo enu na ma enije eba krom and I say yes obi wa abadoye maje se o hwa mi finu
oh that is men ka say otibi
maje yenye izo ya de twiri ya de ye tank ye krom kwasa ya de ayen kausa yes o ma kausa enya kausa na
ausa de kasa manager ho pa ausa ne
nti me de me catch Ghana for me show mu me catch Ghana for me show mu kran say aban papa ba hwe Ghana ha akra hwe light street light no ye de abo ba bia ye da so bo ye boko hwe efese kwan a na omagya gu ho a na omuntimi nye hwe be bia obefa bia ye akwan no ye de machisa gugu ha ye akwan aban papa aba krom ayede boys enya je girls enya je ye maame mo market omoni age enu na ye ade a ye hwehwe ni enim sa ban bi wo ho a obetima ma enije aba krom sa enu na Ghana for enije o enye niema onwe mu kan ye hu de omo ye 8 years mi papa be gina hai a o kasa edi brofo akese ena omo nimra no mo maye omo di eni e o Ghana ha in 8 years no omo nimra ena omo ye sa nyakanyaka de yina omo di ye ya business egu over 266 banks were collapsed among Kayana. I don't know, ya fam ya bre
okay
ye die mia o munsem na aban papa bana is Celestial John Dramani Mahama ye ni ya or the high edit or no don re and o ka se ni ebedi enye ni ebedi gan ye adwuma and I'm sure Ghanaians say in the next 4 years they will see the difference between the evil and the angel and I know for sure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama legacy a obeja no honum no wo obeba bia no he ho be fe fa no because o the mra papa legacy papa wo rezi ba no na do de ba fom boya no John Dramani Mahama rezi no nti obeba bia no ba e bebe compare no His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ba and son won say so your papa you have to raise the bar high. And yet the Nanado be Ghana for day mia in 8 years no. There be that we will not do that. Koko for yeni mobiye do. Koko be me teacher say ya talk in the very good buy high and you get every single thing that you deserve. Yen di musika net, endi ne china. Sika bia mu hie bia e de be mamo because yeni mo ene ye adwuma. We believe in the system.
Medal say, set.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Okay. Honorable Eriko Poku, ranking member on our great committee in Parliament. Okachire say Kuku back when I was Anketon say in 2014.
In 2014.
2024, sorry.
And say 6,000. I know crowd say we that's not to force.
Okachire say was Anketon for finance minister crowd of Fanede Netunche. On na ya great minister. The wa. Ono se anke to
your calculations on
your calculation nyina na sa calculation na we fa
eba ye guso ya kitchen
o se na was anke to a bag of cocoa 64 kilograms no 6,000 Ghana cedis
ya kitchen
ekwa 46,000 kwa de doso on fa nko 4,000 pe and now say on to 1 cedi cross on fa mom 1 cedi obi o se anke o de be ko 6,000 from 3,100 no
inform the people
o se 1 cedi cross fa nka ho na skani ho na tama na o make those allegations no nim say skani ho you see anu a de bobos ano enye nu an ye ditua in 2017 tama na na do be di aban na etokuku 475 Ghana cedis o freeze no o de ba 3 3,100.
That's kind of yesterday. Was not dollar a cost.
Now, Jerry, what do you have calculator? Not 475. Every 3,100 mu. Now I say a
100.
Now check it. That humongous jump in price. 475 from 3,100. Now, Jerry, would you say mass man? Because me. Me the tuja ati for be say bia me na mabo mitrim. So you could see the impact of the then government policies on cocoa farming in Ghana. What say
2,600.
Me that say. Also, on one calculation we say 2,600. Check the percentage increase in the price of cocoa from 2017 to 2024. This tells you about papa or buy and or drink a for Magdari. Then say abandon fans wow. After that astronomical increase, or side the policy bit say cocoa rehabilitation at the buyer. Because who say na cocoa crops plantation yare aka cocoa nuano. And into the now and say or sponsor man from mudia cocoa no at the ma for. Bra omotwa sa disease crops egu na enye kwani nika o abana na egbo hoka for a number of period ansa na we jai dia hye kwani nsa oye sa wi anye se omano so ho a osama wo 1 acre bia 1,000 cedis se kwani je na fadi di because that time na yato etwa koko na egu no uni any source of meaningful income as a cocoa farmer. This was the impact of Nana Adanko Akufo-Addo Aban then on the lives of cocoa Ekuafo. And nko danche na ya dibia ni efe hand pollination the Ekuafo because of certain environmental factors in Tinda cocoa ntimi so yi. Nti apart from other interventions na Aban de ba no boama hand pollination koso boama increase in yields ekoso. Nti na kwani no otimiti be 5 bags at the end of the cocoa season now because of hand pollination tino activity in excess of about 5 multiple folds as a cocoa farmer. And no kodanche na agric extension officers anywhere in their numbers to be able to educate farmers on the best farming practices. Or employ a lot of extension officers. Me mates enya sa opportunity ni bi ama buy a formal ejuma. These were the laudable impact of the then government on the lives of cocoa Ekuafo. And no kodanche about we embarked on a rigorous campaign to stop galamsey ana Ekuafo ekoko. And then Jerry, so what any galamsey prone area bia so do hona I held on sabeguti.
Wow.
And then individuals na you presidency na kasa crash chire. Oni genta make sa. Minu so we some sad na make us president chire. Ni mpanyifo na wa form a na mo ya regional executives, national executives no. Omo na recruit omo boys e dey akogu ho ridiculously ade e ha me ne se ene omo kofa water gas bi akogu forest mu ho se omo ko guard ye forest na soldier for client yan guard a Magdari sa nkran omo wetin fianfia se me die
from blue water gas
sa ro hu se mu Magdari wo kra kakra me ye so wo fere e wo tiri by the vector say we host nti na ade tuja ade e me ya ne se ene China for na gie forest aboso kona ko he Cote d'Ivoire for mgu forest mu eno ko du wona so obi se o masam kra omo ntetwi omo ntebrofo French ne other foreign languages no moka ene ye import missionaries e de akogu forest mu ama omo attack ye. Yes, security of the state is now in danger because President Mahama Aban amakwanyama galamsey e koso in a record style I been see wo ye ma we mu Magdari enema e koso under this government within the shortest possible period about 3 months it is worse in the 68 years of our governance as a nation.
Okay.
Since Kwame Nkrumah happen so ebesi the devastation of our forest reserves and lands and forest natural resource minister kache say want me I reclaiming 7 forest reserves no e me I am from area forest ukomi krom eastern region here kwohwe forest da ho no mo galamsey activities ekoso ko western region eno achi ya me ko sra madam bi wo very important ho ufri enkrahan mo kokuma se kra ye kwan ya di billions of cedis e construct no akakakra bi na galamsey for no etu ye main road no ase. Is this what President Mahama promised? I'm going say within 5 days, I'm going to stop it. Galamsey, I call it a state of emergency. And yet, you 2 years in a catcher say you declare a state of emergency. No? Maybe that's a 2 years for no more. Okay. Satam Nana.
Yes.
1 minute.
It was
All right.
1 minute.
Meda sebebe kwati for what's this?
Just 1 minute. Meda kasa all can guarantee for her any.
I then.
Ada Nanado every about 6 days are free. I got 6 days. Or say 102 mining licenses. Am I MPP form go 2 guarantee any. I am a munja sa nyama na mukano. What man over 102 licenses on go 2. You better 2 within 1 week. Munja sa nyama no. Masai Ghana ni e kan. Ojira na ele. What man 102 licenses. I 102 year 1 week. And a chiomo. What man 102 licenses. Abra you free about I got 6 days am mako. Ojira have guys. When you mona Masai Ghana.
Yati for
now. Yati 108. 180 years
to live
is
to solve.
Yes.
All right. Monchame 0302257902 0302257902 0302243540 0302243540 Mejo adwenchire anope. Mache. Hello me macho. Okay, when you so yemfa nko. Baba Tomache. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, you too.
Doctor, cover by one. Cover by one. Aside from that's fine. When you're Ramadan for today.
Nyame adom bako na wo ye pa, nyame hira.
When you're doctor for some. Na me man so amozo today.
Wamo yo. Nyame adom.
Ko mo to ye no yakupon no eno hu be din yie ye tawo wachi.
Yo.
I come in as such a magic John Bodu, National Woman Organizer, Kid Jamfua, could you have to maintain and an anacasi and runs about the Congo. Fair way, I'm sure you're for when a year case a boss who a year king no. I mean, ya two not say John Bodu, but to me, the Cheyenne somewhere, down a forecast somewhere, you bet ye. Because if you have a cast somewhere, certainly the young cats will be for a young one. Down a forecast, you truth, let them flee off. Yes, you know. And could it peace? Now, you have Bama, ya Modika come to recall you see, Ghana fought for Obama. Massive. I am rejected that as one about. And to me, for and the constitution, or many young ceremonies, and Mr. Gano, or my account of mobile mine who by BBC among Constitutional Parliament to work. Nanka MPC has some more person, and Jimmy and family across the end, when you say the Takashe. What shall I share? Most say, let's say, Madame for Onam Condana. Now, I am a local government minister. And you have a problem, and you could find here. Local government mission square, they have a call. Now, move for food, no move for your.
Okay, Madam Sim, Mamma Fadi Odi Honon and Sombe Canada, match here. Yes, sir, you too. Uncle to uncle.
Yo, I mean, sure, now, Minchia, honorable Canadian, I get there, Ghana for the end that took our candy. And see, you will show, let the criminal, my uncle Power is having the battle, and Minchia. Honorable Castle, the former Baker Canadian minister. But there, never in money apple. General Secretary. Oh, yeah. You know, you're General Secretary. So there will be a channel. Mr. My girl is paying who else every day. Sir, I'll come and do what? For someone says, you know, friendly. NDC, I'll come out for that. What about Bemano? My girl, none of your shoulders. And yet, but the partner, what about them? You're not going to wash water at the mouth. But the partner, what about them? Now, every day, they come out of your mama. I look at why, not when I babu. Now, we get to that. Sani yama okay can now to a young there. Oh no me chat today. Every some of them garanse no wa wa chiri ho atum na yi ho. Mama ma ya garanse no so na oba so edi be pandani. Garanse na wesu na na shu wa kana ha no. Ni na e bi alo. John Mahama o se won bo.
Okay. Me ba cho ma fo Franso mra bie. Wa don rema. Me mo ache. Yes, I do. Okay.
Mami chia unimanyamfo hawa komisi nkame mu organizer na Korea na general secretary organizer secretary Dombodi na Zoom Lion bisachao cho muna potosha su hu mugabi ayunim nyama e kosono Ghana for yebehu nkama bia mageri dati na yebehu se obi ye papa e say so no sofia eno da kwa woni se kuku bo no kra no me wadwuma na me kaisin bia me kache wose ne ba e ma me dunkuru modoma okusku kuma sina yedi oba ya wo so wutia ayi 500 600 no dey say dey bia me ka reduce no papa no wo sefi ye beto aba kache say MPP for say kuku omutu 4,000 na 5,000 no ma 3,000 na masa MPP buy na 400 something na me brother di kan wo nti masa aya bia dia mo fanye mo boku school free o sida eno ame ono na tro me de kasi manya kota na me soro fika na se o from o si ye wo fe papa ya ntukuku na se ka kire mo look at you to ho class wo nyina so bia ti no bia nim se district yo motukuku e ba ya ntum ya dado mo e sei o mo sara kutua o mo mana o mo ko school ayinu o mo kutua ne ko na e baaye enura mo hwa ade a andi si fo mpanfo sebi o mampanyini o akase ade obi aye isuru gboro a nuka na sen nti yen kwakire o momwa na ye hu ni pakora sebi yede se no ko se no kuro masisa ne mako gu fosi soja fo ko gu fie ho na masam mampanyini masakamafo akase so soyo no a enka saase hu no sisu o nti misibi tira asempa uze manderi mono ye tire lu ade che we kala makasa ba sami radio station ye tima jeria ye tunya kwa ndi dia mukaka nyina ye gidi se mageri ya nyami kira wo ganga ye wo so ahomate wo ba utufu amanfofo obi ahwe ne ba school bag obi monana bi wo na mageri ni ma ne na na afedie de bia kwa free school bag maka chense ki mageri oba no afa ni books uni za akra ne ma ne homework ya na ora be se friend dey the pilasi ye hwehwe ni ye hu ye ntu ye da wase se wo bua awofo de bia
me dance ya me kan ofa. Okay. All right, me ma che.
So.
Yes, you.
Hey, and the assembly na si. Chama magi je so na ba je so. And the assembly na si.
Assembly na si.
De bia mi wuramu a mi da kire san na odi mi abeto so. And the mi tomu ana pa no mo ati. Anawa sound games.
Mama Ganjo. Oh yeah, yes, no ma we ya. May you we free so. I dey what to me say. Obi gina chire. Afi we say na dey assembly na me metika yi. Wo kra me dey am ya ne say wo ba studio ha. Me am invite to ba studio ha 2 times. Wouldn't say the process is here. Wo fra na kasa.
Me ka general statement. I don't know what jama.
Why na jama obi hu.
Brother, but the internal video free so. Brother, me tiao, me need to pachi. Ashima over canable. Brother, me say we are the crowd we are no. Mamintia, comrade Sakra. Nano went Niama, Nami monitor, went Niama, Yakupu Shano no cano. After Saturday, Lana say one of the days went Niama, and I say, Chairman Jim Shuiso. Wouldn't be Obreko. Enya me fe enya me de sa NDC nke be ye niam bi ti se de MPP for ye na sanke kasi ye de MPP for ye ya on chama maje nka maja radio frɛ nka se sebri on kama jima dia boso me ni team efise ebra MPP win 2016 and on nko for taking over en vedi be bia jibe dia boso. I'm an invisible force proud security coordinator. I told you free. Steps the summon the ship from Yes, a Ghana, and a bronye, and you host in Adoye, and it will become a hammer fear, a put in Yama Bob to serve your film, Yaman now. Yes, a Ghana, and a man for Bobula Craton. I'm your friend saying, a good father didn't hear a Kufado, a what she will be outside in Kusia, yes, Shani, and suddenly a person police station. And then, a friend saying, Reverend one way, Aqua allegation, one allegation or two over intel. For evidence, Brad, Nanka, a Pomanco Trivia tree, and now what's your Yampia, a Yaku now you have the power. MP4, only your supporters, only your zombies. Say, only the say, you could do.
I don't know, Cassa. I don't know who see the way zombie. I don't me patron Nabotre, Toto Pati. What one shen ya, met this card, I mean foul calls for me program so be a more. No crap, I make answer, no. When you say, no, you're fine, pa. But we describe supporters from your zombie. What then? So, Cassa, obviously, make come and who can't see another come and watch you.
Me pacho, Yana Mayosa, Satan, Machia, Benukra, make and so on. Mahama Henry said, Obu mine. In Argentina, as some full young brass be say, Akoso, not so for all evidence, not Papa Nankasa age of Dramani Mahama say. Mr. Wara, the security agencies in Kamu, Nayam Fancy should be one.
Me pacho, so him said, ya wuka, and yes, I'm a president Kano.
Me pacho, or say,
President says security agencies in collaborating with him.
And yes, I make on
there be and yes, I'm about to brofocus and yes, I net here. And yes, I net
here.
Me pacho or say security agencies should collaborate with the MP. One can say the MP should collaborate with security agencies.
So whether the mountain went to Muhammad or Muhammad went to the mountain, there was another, there was a Bibi, we were from
what am I saying? Medance, Toto Bachi. I think I come. Macho, yes, sir, it's you. Member, Mam fans, we are done. Mobile mobile monoma master dana mo the fans na shase.
Oh, Davi, what
me deal.
And NBC communicators, yeah, but what's papa. In Tinyamenshao. Say, Edison Penny for ya, said, so you watch your majority, they say, Mishakono. Obian frame you, what the Biano, what you say. I will give you the Biabe fine. Yes. Oh, ya bre a prakra, ya be pra because
who said there be more communicators? Many Mustafa Kasa bia bibisa say Mubisa Nasio and Necrasim Bisan what it was a Munyabotre. Mustafa Band is a Munyabotre.
Yate. Majari, Yababo Abaso, Mamicia, Dr. Tony Obi. No mercy for the cripple. We are wrong. And you offend the law, they have to rearrest or say a kill. We have MP, Parliament were recent. If you bet you are, you say, yeah, you got your permission now.
And in the environment says home.
Very good. So, sir, if you fall security, almost 35, no more security. Now, yes, Tomu, you can't say, if you fall to office, the fear. What is wrong about it? The man have come out with an allegation. You see, Ghana, but already Oman Air Kono, President Muhammad Oman Kono, ya good you. The minute we are rebel, we will not do that because we understand the law. If you have no more stop us unnecessary allegation, the man is ready to build Ghana that won't. Thank you.
Okay. Mamefa do odi high na yani ansorenko. Meba so mache. Nyame adom ko yiti o papa. Okay.
I mean, bombing ya sakra abaso papa. Say yanko ponchira. Na me boy. Dr. Tony Oben. The man here say nyankopɔn ɛhyɛ John Mahama sɛ waka de no akɔhyɛ petroleum hub a ɔbɛbɔ adwuma de ahyɛ John Mahama ne Ghana Manualiam. Majeri, megye sɛ wahwɛ horror movie da sɛ wahwɛ bi da ɛhyɛ ɔman Ghana ha for 8 bad years na yɛhwɛ horror movie ɛnɛ ne nyinaa MPP na bɛtena wɔ studio ɛyɛka about legacy adeɛ ne ɛwerɛ fi bad legacy sɛ yɛma mpanin na nado nyaayɛ a abra yɛhwɛ horror movies no what are they saying? Ebisa ɔna lawyer susu ɔyɛ MP anaasɛ na ɔyɛ ordinary person ɔmɛde military and policemen kɔhyɛ no no ohun yɛ anaa wɔ ehu John Jinafo the current energy minister na ɔyɛ MP ana ɔnyɛ MP ɔmɔrɛ fi na ɔmɔde yɛ the current chief whip the fiamakɔ Actually, I'm saying, I share all movie a chair, and they are Yakumawu, Nigalu, Nollywood, and then you people are talking about what, say, some people want to remove the Chief Justice. Faceless petition. You near Namudi decided, free Sunana. Up to now, that petitioners, you more mother. By a young lucky, no man, maybe a petitioners, you more mudin, we know where they are coming from. And so it's high time the MPP should shut up. Because Sadia 88 Nando no, it's nothing to write home about. So mu ye nyamapa and can yes ask call card na mu jan Ghana for so ma bre omo. Yet na ha. Akomti na say mi say da so wo ho. Paje fo beba. Nti no mu mani asum wie na omo researching Ghana no and cast across all the nation. Let Ghana enya na asum wie.
Okay.
Na why you
Medaseman say ozo wa dream. Aha na yade afre no nyina si obi bia wo frɛ ye bia ye da se. Sule no krasa. Wa beka bunu na chi. Tale Sule se beka do tia wa send a message. Them say wa boma wa ntimi angurem.
Me challenge. Guys, you program from me. You are
Sule Sakra say na answer na obefro no maka show say kona kwaye campaign faboa eye mase hawa kumsin.
Oh, the
National Women's Organization.
Why? Oh, onya. Why ku onya.
Asembe na kan say.
Onya. Kumsin. Onya. No onya minister na how many people no bomb. Onya.
Sakra. Sakra. Hawa kumsin be minister no. Nipa wa boa wo mo. Jai.
Orasi MP.
Onye MP.
I don't see Olusu. Obo nipa ba fish. It's not want me and no. Obo nipa go.
Aya.
Obo nipa go win here. Obo nipa go win here.
We no ma mo bi lose election.
Obo nipa bo ana. Obo nipa lose.
Oh yes, sure.
Oh yes. Obo nipa lose. Obo fish to Olusu here.
Oh
man, 1 minute on fan one.
Opusu nunu no better can.
For 1 minute in yanko.
Magdalene the person can say. The parliament me set up committee to investigate daughter of a murderer. A useless committee. Mehu in the history of Ghana.
Now I will say
so because it has no bearing on the economy of Ghana. Obi say murderer, daughter of a murderer. What's the impact of it on the? I am not promoting that kind of speech, but the committee to investigate that comment is very useless. But our issue a border on our security and our sovereignty as a nation. They say cocaine. A person done Ghana as a transit point there. Now was a president. I know or the number one citizen of this country. Or set up a commission and a committee to investigate. Ne who cry a woman because they be a makase. Say investigation in who cry abanu mumpo and a bebe refiti more. Okay. Reverend John in Team Fojo. So modern idea and say a man of command give to Jano. I have a good ban with you.
Yo, Madam says I come that's why. And now what can I say we not up 1 minute? None of us me for money uncle.
Oh, there we say Makabi, my Jerry.
Yes.
Ghana for Enyajide. Oh, and I call us no so yes strong. You will be papa at the mom. And organize within the month. They should have their meeting.
Because so say maybe I do a quarter
meeting. Now we'll do everything possible for them. Okay. They know on every Thursday they are every Thursday they are so next week Thursday they should appoint one person exactly appoint one person exactly we will help each other no matter how we will help each other aban we aban papa odi adwuma ebemo obia to NDC ni o UNPP ni o opa adwuma obenya ye porta ni ye bie ye selective justice but first 10 people no dey ya enko for dey be mom obi abenya adwuma ye NDC ni bia abenya adwuma ye
okay see your college no masumu a ese sakra unse communication team no di mutin tema pa eji onna kan say dey na musi your college no we dey masumu anyame adoma ene week no week no but where I can one ba be reference see
me I promise them
okay it one mo peni pa ba kon
yes
emra no besiam okay obeshia meeting so me do one that okay yeah that's exactly na na say won so books are also pa
so boni amadi ni adolfo ti me kwa mo boni nko ani o
and now wherever High Abdullah Sakra member of the NDC communication team communication bureau of Efia and a set of friends is a member of your MPP one national communication team on so eba ha woman ebe boy ya ye djumedi bro Kwadwo Damiado me producer Kwadwo Damiado me producer Bena Frema Bankro and then Nana ya Safo woman social media administrators ye dia seda be ma Kwasi Aboaje me supervisor Dr. Faradexen na executive producer fully supported by my general manager Kennedy Asante OSEI woman eboa ya ye djumedi bro na ne your front desk attendant your Rose can and Rose can come birthday Rose your mouth happy birthday Rosemont the full name nankasano Rosemont can come or your front desk our despite media so Rose today is your birthday we are wishing you happy birthday God richly bless you and go on count why yeah call within the luxurious side